find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Expand, Toda, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Rivalry, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage,
6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam!
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall!
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kaju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lu pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je. Jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Toda, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
It's our country. Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Rivalry, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam!
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall!
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon ทวิสเต็ดไมล์ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. BE Sport, WAZ, Heavy, World of Work, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je. Jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Toda, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia,
5 from Thailand.
you know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockouts, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Rivalry, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush, over 11 and 12 October 2024.
Point blank shot, Gary! 2 in a row! Eventually will drop Jack in the center. It's him and Jonah at the end for Onyx Olympus and a second booyah for the day.
Lagi hoki ya, Jumat berkat.
But even he is human. Attack all around, knows it, and it's just one last push. Attack all around.
ทีมโหดครับ
Nice.
Onyx Olympus still holding on. And Onyx Olympus scores a hat trick in today.
Buat hari ini sih nggak ada, soalnya kan kita yang Buya.
Wasana in the midst of things but could not overcome the bullets from the Vietnamese squad. And WAG finds the first booyah for Vietnam for victory. Move forward. He's gonna get swarmed. Same angle, tries to isolate the fight. Finally, lock in the booyah for BRU.
ก็ลองเป็นที่2ดูบ้างครับปกติได้แต่ที่1
World Series Southeast Asia Fall Edition. It is so good to be back. It is week 3 of the competition, day 2 for week 3. And I'm here with the wonderful AJ. Looking forward to today's matches because we have a really exciting matchup today, don't we?
Absolutely. It's groups A and B doing battle once again. And what's very fun here is you're going to see massive booyahs, right? Because out of all of the teams, 5 out of the bottom 6 are from groups A as well as B. So you've got some bottom feeders and you've also got some titans like Buriram, AG as well as RRQ playing in here today.
Yeah, so I guess the question here we have is whether or not some of these underdogs, our teams really looking for these points, can they actually pick them up today? Or is it just going to be vacuumed up, hoovered up by all of the top teams? Because we have seen time and time again, our top performers, they've been consistently performing. That's the reason why they are up there on that leaderboard. So big questions here for our underdogs. Can they step up? Because we are reaching the halfway point of the competition. So we are not towards the end yet. There is still time to catch up, but let's be real. I think the best time to actually catch up is now rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely. Although we've got a super marathon running through FFWS SEA Fall, you don't really want to be doing any of that last minute catch up because you don't know what the weather is going to be like when you try threading out there through Bermuda, Kalahari and whatnot, right? If you want to get it done, it's best to get it done right now and then defend your spot on the overall leaderboard. Something like what RRQ Kazu has dedicated themselves to doing, one of the powerhouses of FFWS SEA at this very point of time. And they are planning to make an explosive debut in the final week as well, I'm very sure, on their home ground and potentially keep the FFWS SEA trophy in Indonesia this time.
That's the dream for this team because as much as I love RRQ and how explosive they have been last week in particular, I'm a little bit worried about the consistency with this team sometimes because I'm a fan of RRQ. I have seen them through their ups and downs. And I'm a little bit worried that the up that we saw last week might have been the peak for this team. And now it's either just going to be a bit of a plateau or this team might start moving in a downwards trajectory. I want to see them succeed. I want them to continue on in this upward trajectory. It's just, how about everyone else in this group? Are they going to be able to catch up with RRQ? Will RRQ have the same success that they had last week? Because let's be real, they had one play day where they got 5 booyahs.
Yeah, I mean, one team that knows how to keep up the consistency is Buriram with their star player Wasana. I mean, look at this, right? A 3.9 KD. This is insane. Every single game that he hops on into, he's at least walking away with 4 eliminations, and those are those slow matches, right? Sometimes he is a monster out there that cannot be stopped. One of the key reasons why Buriram have been so consistent over the past 3 weeks.
And actually, I'm glad we're kind of talking about Buriram here, because I know later on they're going to show our predictions, but you and I are more or less on the same wavelength of our teams that we think are going to perform today, right? So both of us are thinking Buriram's our top dog, RRQ in second place, and AG, because I think you're the same as me. The numbers speak for themselves. Like Buriram, I think in a matchup with Buriram versus RRQ, I think I'd pick Buriram 99% of the time compared to RRQ. Because RRQ, I think they dominated that group last week because it was an Indonesians group. Now that they are playing a internationals group, things are a little bit different and they are a little weaker, especially with Buriram in the pool.
Yeah, here's what's beautiful about the current, scape of the esports Free Fire scene, right? Nothing is that predictable. The last time we had this sort of a rendezvous and we were all betting on Buriram. We went into the final week, we went into the final day. 6 games was all it took for Buriram to dominate the grand finals, but that did not happen. They were not champions. They went on to the Esports World Cup as well, could not get it done, which just shows that it is anybody's game out there as long as they put their hearts and souls into it. But the first things first, surviving this marathon through 6 weeks of play, and this is the basic game schedule we'll see all throughout the 6 weeks, right? We start things off at Bermuda, hop into Purgatory for Game 2, Alpine Kalahari next Terra to wrap up the first 5 games, and for the 6th one is an absolute random map that may just bless one of those teams out there with a little bit of extra luck.
Bless one team, debuff another. We never really know what happens with that random map. But now, I think we should sort of start the conversation today with what has already happened. And we do know for a fact that basically Group A played yesterday, right? Yeah. They've already had 1 play day. So just going back on the statistics of yesterday's matches, are we seeing anybody that is actually performing a little bit better than last week?
I mean, WAG definitely was performing a little bit better. You did see a little bit of a step up, but let's jump into this conversation first, right? Top 3 teams for Bermuda. But as far as we are concerned, the teams that we're going to be looking at is RRQ, GOW, as well as Buriram, the 3 teams that are going to be playing in here today. And there in itself, on Bermuda, you're going to have a close fight between the Indonesian as well as the current Thai Kings.
Yeah, I think that is very much what's going to happen. Yeah. It's happened so many times on this map, it's not funny. But the question, I guess, is anyone maybe going to try and change the flow of the game here? Does anyone try to go for that surprise hot drop? Because it's halfway through the competition. I think it's good to try and experiment now because you still have time to do so, rather than trying to do it at the end where you're sort of trying to make sure that you have your placements. I don't think this is something RRQ would do because we very rarely see this team hot drop in general. Buriram, on rare occasions, I recall seeing this team on rare occasions going for those very cheeky hot drops, but very experimental. It's not something that they do very often. But AG, is this a team that might be able to kind of break the fold today? Because they are an incredibly aggressive team when they want to be.
I mean, they most definitely had a fantastic start to their journey here at FFWS SEA Fall. On day 1, they picked up 122 points, and then it was a slight downward slope, 68 points, 51. But they've made their recovery, right? On day 6 and day 7, they have slowly started climbing back up. We see that upward movement now coming through from AG Global. This is a day where they have to breach at least 80 points to keep that momentum going.
Got to get those points here for today, and it looks like, folks, we are ready to jump into our first map of the day. It's none other than the wonderful, beautiful crystal shoreline here of Bermuda. Very small map. Curious to see where all the action is going to be. Is it going to be all the underdogs having a bit of a scrap together when they go into the map, or is it going to be one of the underdogs maybe challenging some of our alpha teams in this game? And I'm keen to see where the flight path is going to be as well. Is it going to be generous, or is it going to be a little more punishing for some of our teams?
That is what we are awaiting here to find out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we open up this beautiful Saturday evening with a match here at Bermuda. Buriram will obviously be looking for that shocker of a booyah, but we all know our RQ will be wanting to bring their tallies up to 10 booyahs by the end of the day. Pretty sure they can afford 3, Danny.
Yeah, they can afford 3, or maybe someone swipes those 3 away. You never really know, right? You get some of those cheeky teams sort of coming in. Hey, thanks for the booyah. I mean, at this point in time, I don't think anyone really cares about being in first place, right? Just make sure you're in a safe place. Top 12, you're good, because you don't really get a bonus for really being in top 12 here. Now, it looks like we could be seeing a bit of a scrap here between Todak and PE Sports, both teams competing for Clock Tower.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a variation as to how we bring you guys into the matchups now. We didn't happen to see a lot of those hot drops, but PE Sports and Toda will keep us entertained, at least for the time being.
Keep us entertained, and it looks like a bit of a standoff here for both teams. No one really in a position to try and make that aggressive play, which I'm kind of surprised about. I thought someone would actually try to, make that first move, but I mean, considering this is a semi-hot drop, I don't think these teams intentionally meant to drop on top of each other. They're maybe just looking to try and find a safe out rather than going for that direct engagement. And that seems to be the case, yeah. So Todak going to be heading up towards the north, and PE Sports looking to creep out towards the southern side.
Yeah,
Surprised.
Both teams deciding to not make that early mistake. And Clock Tower is not where we go down, says Toda! But attack all around at Bhima Sakti, meeting the players of GOW, done with a massive one. But Limit will instantly bring Poongot right back in here. One man down though. Team attack all around. Can they survive?
Attack all around is being attacked all around. Just look at how everyone of God of War is just completely surrounded. Attack all around. They're just looking for these eliminations. If they can get it, this would be fantastic. Jump God trying to go for the engagement himself, but so far he's just not landing those shots. He does get it though. Gets the knock onto Ton. So God of War, they do know where Jump God is, but no one's coming in for reinforcements. Instead, they're just going to try and play the sniping game.
Yeah, Isa from afar, but Volky is not going to go down that easy. GOW does not want to force the issue after losing 2 players. Back away is Isa's plan, but the question is, does he have enough space to bring that pocket market out before attack all around catches up with him? No glue walls to really dodge around with. He needs some solid terrain cover, and I think he's finally found one.
Found some terrain cover, maybe hoping that some of the sound that comes in from attack all around might trigger Falcons. Yeah. Oh, okay. Isa, I mean, he's going to try and buy some time, but if Falcons smell this, maybe we can see some kind of sneaky play.
He needs that. Well, he can't really do much right now. Flies on in, and the Mag 7 does absolutely nothing. Isa's down. Ton with just a single HP on him. Unfortunately for Ton and GOW, they are the first team to get eliminated.
And this is also one of the best maps for this team as well. So really, really slow start, unfortunately, for God of War. They would have loved to grab those points if possible. So first team out, moving on over to Falcons here. Just having a very clean opening. Just going for a very nice little loot. And, actually going to be running into Todak. Now, Todak, they do have a nice little spot there. Some compounds to work with. Falcons out in the open. So not really the best decision to try and go for that direct engagement. Although, hang on a minute though. Look who's coming.
Well, Vamos has been on fire in the recent times. They've had some decent engagements, and Falcons are just not the old Falcons. By the way, apologies for the mistake in statement. Buriram is not the current Kings. Falcons are, although they do not look very kingly on the overall leaderboard at this point.
Maybe they can try and turn things around in this matchup. We'll find out after this, between this skirmish between Falcons and Vamos. So far, Vamos trying to go for that direct jump here onto Peter. Peter just trying to juke around whenever he can, trying to go for the chase himself, trying to go for the shot. He gets done! Koski down on the side of Falcons though, and Vamos, they've committed to this. They need to commit to this battle. Peter is down. One more is still up here for the team, trying to get the pickups. And it looks like they should be able to grab it here.
Yep, beautiful. Koski needs to be picked up right here, as well as Vamos retreats from this engagement. They do not want to deal with Falcons. And just as I was saying, they do not look kingly anymore. Falcons step up the gameplay, and they go in for the hunt, potentially cutting off the rotation of that final player from Vamos. Attack all around, on the other hand, continues the skirmish up against PE Sports. Don't cry, forcing them off of the roof. And the rest of the players just following up here. A little bit of a miscommunication. LBT will follow up, and the MP40 will not be doing a lot of damage. He instead is in a lot of trouble as Jump God drops him.
Oh, that was such an amazing play, trying to go for the bait, pulling them into that different compound, exposing them as they were trying to change compounds. PE Esports, they're trying to go for the pickup. They do get LBT, don't cry though, on just a sliver of health, trying to go for a battle himself. I'm surprised this man isn't down. Don't cry. Change your name to Don't Die.
Oh,
there's
Limit,
down.
beautiful save he brought out there. Quick purchase back with the pocket market and attack all around. Has got that insurance. Limit also managed to get a knock for himself. Can he continue the survival play? Bison in hand. Wang An cannot find that circle around just yet. One by one, they go in with that engagement as Wang An brings in the fourth player right back in here. Limit will try to buy as much time as possible, and it looks like he will be sacrificed.
Yeah, he will be sacrificed. There's not really much he can do here. Just waste time, right? Waste time, buy time so that the rest of the team... Oh, okay, hello! That was completely unexpected. PE Esports. There we go. Barn needs to be picked up, but Limit is down. So PE Esports now up to 4 eliminations already.
I mean, it's a good time for PE Esports to start waking up in the competition again. I miss the PE Esports that we saw at the grand finals of the previous FFWS SEA. I miss the PE Esports that we saw at the Esports World Cup. So it's high time they woke up in their matches. This is the day where I truly believe PE Esports is going to make that break into the top 12 and finally stay there.
Very possible if they're able to continue with that, just continue with some kind of stable performance, because that's what we haven't seen from PE Sports, right? They've just been towards the bottom of the bracket, haven't really been able to stay in a place where you can comfortably say this is a team that can consistently maintain top 12. We did see a bit of a chase, Todak wanting to stay far away from RRQ, and I think this is a fantastic decision. Not a team you want to be running into this early on, but this does push them into hanger, so they are quite far away on the edge of that circle. Now Falcon's going for a bit of a dive themselves, rowing into Vamos, and unfortunately for Vamos, they're split.
Oh yeah. Now Cosq with the long range engagement, get easy tagged up already. Here comes Peter just trying to cut off the flank, and Easy caught by Peter. What a beautiful maneuvering coming through from the players on the side of Falcons. Obviously Easy was tagged already. A very easy drop, and Falcons on their way to be kings once again, I guess.
Kings with their 6 eliminations so far. Now, Kathy did get picked up there by Vamos, so the team is still trying to recoup their losses if possible. Now, speaking of them, we've got 3 teams here. Poon God hiding here in that lone compound with 2 players of Vamos here and PE Sports lurking. And obviously, if there's any gunshots, this is going to trigger everyone within this area, and in particular PE Sports. This is a team that's looking for those eliminations today. But Todak is also within the vicinity, AJ. We could be looking at a really big skirmish.
Yeah, Poon God has been found. Fingers crossed. I mean, no fingers crossed. He definitely brought those revives back in, or else another team would have been eliminated. Jun off screen being knocked down, and YE Sports popping off 2 players. Shut down from the side of Vamos, but Vamos still stays alive. So YE Sports hasn't finished the job off just yet. We were thinking of a 3-way fight, but Hua said nope, not happening just yet. And it looks like Toda has caught wind that PE Sports might just be in Katulistiwa. They change their minds and they rotate away.
Pretty interesting decision for Todak today to play really passive. We haven't really seen much of them outside of the initial skirmish. They're just trying to play it really slow, very passive, continue with their macro game. This is actually not uncommon for Todak as well, right? They're not really a team that we necessarily see make a lot of plays themselves. They're generally the ones reacting to a lot of fights happening against them.
Yeah, and you know, those were not very good reactions.
No, not necessarily.
Unfortunately, they have not been having a great run in the competition at all. But fingers crossed that does change for them so that we can have a little bit more fun watching them in engagements. RRQ,
who's not having a lot of fun is RRQ. They're just there. They're hanging around, playing on the outer edge, which
this is dangerous. This is very dangerous.
Not just dangerous, but I want to ask you, like, this seems kind of unconventional for RRQ. They don't generally play this passive. Like, this is incredibly passive for this team.
Yeah, super dangerous because RRQ is just looking on that looting gameplay to not get involved in any engagements until the final few circles, where it's just going to be all-out chaos, but they are prepared for a decent battle, right? Unlike teams like Indostars, if you look at these early skirmishes, are leaving them with such, you know, low loot. You've got 0 medkits on RAF, barely any glue walls on them. So it's going to be a problem if they get caught out by teams like Buriram and Wasana and Get High doing exactly that. They will be able to get that tag there, A124, and Luffy could do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Vamos is just spread absolutely thin on the map today. They are just trying to survive that survival game, but it seems like wherever they go, someone is constantly sniffing them out. Hopefully the circle might play into their favor. But speaking of circle, so Broram, they're on the outer edge on the right-hand side of the circle. We can see RRQ not quite dead center, but towards the southern side of that circle. And actually Indostars caught on the low ground here with Expand already breaching that high ground. So Indostars, I'm a little bit worried about how these guys are going to safely come up onto that high ground.
I mean, I'm worried for them after seeing what they did yesterday, pulling away 28 points from 6 games. That does not seem like the Indostars that we saw in performance just a couple of months ago. But the standoff between RRQ and PE Sports making my heartbeat just increase a little bit. Though that's still just teasing them from afar, just not bothering to hop on in at all. Everybody's waiting patiently for the circle. Now, this is where Garena has to read the situation and in the next patch update, just make some crazy update to the circle, right? Because we need more gunfights.
We need more gunfights. Teams suddenly have dogs and the dogs can smell where the players are. So all of a sudden, now you have to fight. Good luck, everybody. It would be very fun to have some extra pets in this game, I do believe. So anyways, the circle is moving and Indostars, this is a bit of a painful circle. And look who's coming in as well. Attack all round. So many teams coming in from that southern side, but Buriram actually engaging into Hua Esports.
Oh God, Hua Esports, no! They started off the competition absolutely fine, but it looks like Buriram would like to end it right here, right now. Jonah finds Poppy, down you go, sir, but Shin is already in escape zone. He takes a jump pad and he says hasta la vista outside the circle towards a vending machine. That's the last ditch effort for Hua Esports to stay alive. Will he be able to battle the circle as Circle 3 becomes Circle 4 shortly?
Oh boy, I think this might have just completely dismantled Hua Esports. And look at that next circle. It is towards the center and teams are moving. And Falcon unfortunately losing one more there. And actually McRory from Vamos securing the last hit there. RRQ though, they have invaded attack all round compounds and Jump God's down. They've got one player left. Look at this, Indostars knee deep in with Expand.
Axel going in here for the pickup onto Dufal, but Rap says, hell no, sir! A sliver of health left here. Axel does manage to maneuver away, but Expand unfortunately could not keep up the heat. Too fast, still down on the ground and eliminated by Indostars, who struggled yesterday with using Expand as a launchpad. That's just dirty.
It's so dirty, but look, it's the name of the game. You've got to win this. But the Falcons, of all teams to be eliminated, oh my gosh, blowing this game wide open. We still have some other top dogs in the competition. We've got RRQ, and this is a team, one of the teams to be the favorites to win this map. And look at their positioning so far. Great compound. They actually have a sniper on the rooftop, being able to spot teams out, and the circle within their favor. This could be another RRQ game, but who can contest against them? Maybe AG, who are their next door neighbors.
Well, Buriram is trying to make something beautiful happen out here on the battlefield. Splitting up into a 2-2 formation and now finally a 3-1. Leaving one man behind. This is a very aggressive maneuver. Straight up taking the fight towards Stoda or potentially trying to cut off the rotation of Hua Esports. Either way, Moshi is going to be in trouble if he gets dropped first. He's too far from the squad.
Too far from the squad. And on the map, attack all round. One of their last players surviving, just trying to survive, but about to run into Indostars as AG holding down the fort with what compound that they have left. But we have 8 teams remaining here, AJ. I'm quite surprised. We have so many teams remaining in this circle. And Todak, Buriram, the clash has finally happened, but I fear for Todak here. If they can eliminate Buriram, this will be a major victory for the team.
Look at Wasana just literally running into Todak, not bothering to wait for backup at all. Has got the Trogon in his hands. 13 medkits, and that's the main reason why he's so brave. Straight into the time turner he goes. Wasana looking for a fight, and he finds all of it in the team of Toda. Wing's gonna get clipped as well outside the circle. One more shot needed, but the man manages to back away behind the tower. Wasana not stopping, goes in for the final bullet, but does not get the shot. Will follow up and put down the players of Toda. 8 elimination strong now, Buriram.
And now they're on the high ground, and look at this, everyone else is now down in those compounds. So if anyone moves, there is going to be some gunfire. AG on the edge of that circle need to start moving in, and the same thing's going to happen for RRQ. They're going to have to consider where they want to go next. They want to go into Hua's compound, but AG wanting to invade Indostars if possible, but the gap between these two compounds is just too wide.
Oh, Buriram with a smart move. Now they are not going to be disturbed at all. They get to see all of this action breakdown from that high ground. And then wait to see who they want to jump on in at. And Moshi chooses to push against PE Sports the moment they got disturbed by Indostars. Now PE Sports have got their backs turned against the ravenous Buriram United. RRQ on the other hand using all of that chaos to sneak their way in. AG Global down and out already as we are left with 5 squads.
Left with 5 squads, and the majority of them are on that low ground, and Buriram with the high ground. They could potentially go for a couple of sneaky pickups here. Mallow hiding behind RRQ's perfectly placed blue wall, but also if there's a grenade coming from that high ground, that could be a easy knockout for Buriram.
Absolutely, RRQ still staying super silent, and Buriram not hopping on into the battle, just waiting, using the circle to their advantage, sniping from that high ground as well. This is positioning supremacy coming through from your 2-time world champs. PE Sports down, while Esports follows, but RRQ still alive, and they are a threat to Buriram.
They are down RB though, so it's going to be a 3 versus 4. Mallow, immediate headshot now down to Dutz and Razor. If these guys can somehow turn this around, this will be amazing for the team. Dutz onto half health is lost. Razor is just down to Dutz. I think it's Buriram, AJ.
Jonah so annoying with the Bison just constantly hunting them down. Buriram secures Booyah #1, and that's the way to start the day. But unfortunately for the rest of the teams, they're already up top, #1 on the overall leaderboard, which means the lead has been extended yet again.
They're ready to take the wheel and just drive away with the competition, AJ. But let's be realistic. In that particular game, I think that late game positioning for Buriram was perfect. They secured the high ground early after eliminating Todak, and because everyone else was so busy trying to compete for those low ground compounds, that when the circle forced them to move along that fence line, that is such an open piece of ground. You have very little natural cover to work with, and for Buriram, they're just shooting down upon you. Like, what is there to really do if you're trying to fight up against a team on that high ground?
Yeah, Buriram's always like that, right? Taking the path less traveled, and everybody else, they were looking for a little bit of a roof, a little bit of the secure cover that the terrain provides you out there. They know that open lands is going to be absolutely deadly to deal with, but Buriram, because they are a specialist in collecting those coins, specialist in the early game loot, they had massive number of glue walls on them. Look at Get High. After all those glue walls that he laid out, he still had so much of defenses to play with in that late game. And that's the kind of confidence that you have to not work around with those natural defenses, because you know you've got your defense in your backpack.
Exactly. So Buriram starting off the day extremely strong with a plethora of elimination points, as well as the Booyah points as well. I mean, is this a sign, AJ, that we're just going to have Buriram run away with all the points again?
I mean, I'm bored of the storyline already, right? But you know what's keeping me going? What keeps me going is what happened in the previous FFWS SEA, where Buriram was disappointed at the end of the day. So there's no guarantee. If you dominate this marathon in this knockout stage, there's no guarantee that you're going to be the champion of FFWS SEA. Falcons have proven that, and that's what makes me fear Falcons so much, because they lay low for so long. They swooped up, they grabbed you, and you didn't even know what happened to you, right? And that's exactly what happened to Buriram, not once but twice now already. And Falcons are laying low once again. They're down at 9. They're barely performing in these games. But on the final week, they will change into a different monster, and that's something that Buriram will have no solutions to, because they can't practice against them in the final circle.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know for Falcons, maybe they're just practicing playing with one hand. They've somehow handicapped themselves and say, like, okay, what we're going to do is we play in the most difficult way possible. And then obviously when it comes to grand finals, you practice in such a handicapped environment. When you're back at playing 100%, that's when you're going to be able to put the nail in the coffin and say, we are the best. But I do believe we're going to have an interview with Buriram in just a second. I want to hear what they have to say, because truly they have done so many interviews. Do they have anything left to say?
Well, let's hear them out.
Love it. Oh, no sound.
Oh no. Hey, Brighto, who's Brighto?
I don't know. New translator, I suppose.
Great. More English?
What? I mean, they've got to come up, they've got to say something, right? So just keep it nice, keep it simple. But, okay, how many more interviews are we going to get today, like AJ? Because we already said for us, the favorites, 5 more interviews.
Not from Buriram, from some team.
Okay, man's being generous, extremely generous. But I mean, this is also probably going to be a bit of a statement for the other teams, seeing how strong Buriram is already performing on map number 1. Because normally on days where teams can generally pick up points against Buriram, it's when the team is a little bit slow to wake up, where first 3 games, they're kind of not there, and then game 4 onwards, you're just like, okay, guys, that's it. Our chance to get points is over. But this is a game 1 Buriram, and we've still got 5 more games to go. So I guess the question is, what's going to be the change of plan for everyone else, knowing that Buriram is on top of their game, and also having to be worried about AG and RRQ also being on the field, because like these 3 teams, right, they are the 3 teams to watch out for in this particular group. They're going to be the ones to cut everyone's dreams short. How do you out-survive them?
You don't. You just focus on your own gameplay and you try to fix all of your mistakes, right? There are key factors here that some teams have just been failing at, time and time again. Teams like Toda whatsoever, they don't seem to be having a good read on the circle overall. You see a lot of early skirmishes from them, and clearly this is a science that can be worked out. You look at teams like Buriram, you look at teams at RRQ, they're constantly avoiding those early engagements, which gives them so much of room to play around with in the later part of the games.
Just having a couple of look of these signboards here. Buriram already here, ready to play. Literally telling everyone to run, which I think is some good advice, right? If you know you're running into Buriram, which the teams don't, unfortunately. They don't know whoever they're running into. But if you knew you're running into Buriram, just run. Stay away from Buriram. I mean,
that's a good idea.
Or alternatively, just don't be in the same group as Buriram. I think that's also some good advice.
No.
If only the teams could
That's
pick
very
their
bad
groups.
advice, man. That's terrible advice. The answer is be like Falcons. Learn the method of Buriram from Buriram and smash Buriram. Rip away their titles. Make them cry. That's what you should be doing.
I thought you were going to tell me play dead during the group stage and then actually play for reals in the finals. Okay, clearly we're not thinking the same here. But
it'll be really cool if a team could do that, right? I would love to think that Team Falcons are playing dead, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They are trying. It's just that engagements are not going their way. And this is the Free Fire World Series, Southeast Asia. And come on, Free Fire, it belongs to the Asians. It has been proven time and time again. So this is the creme de la creme of Free Fire teams in here. It's going to be difficult to maintain your consistency, which is why we got to salute the teams who are up at top.
Salute the teams that are on top. And I think at the same time, you can't have somebody just play dead, as I said before, during an entire group stage, because that, I feel, is also going to impact the ego for your players. And this is something that I think viewers are not going to quite understand. The players at the top of the food chain for any esport, for them to get there, that player has to have a certain level of ego in their ability as a player. And obviously, to bump up that ego, you got to play well, you got to get wins somewhere, you got to get booyahs, you need something to maintain that ego, because you need that self-confidence to be able to play against other people that are on that same level, right? So I don't think playing dead is really the strat here. Maybe some experimentation, trying out some crazy stuff, but everyone's got to get wins somewhere to just maintain their mental state throughout the tournament, because it doesn't feel good to lose whether you're trying or not.
And this is case in point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, where we are going to see massive points up top and very few points down below, just because there are some teams who are really, really struggling to find those engagements. But surprisingly, teams like PE Sports as well as Indostars did not struggle all that too much this time round. They picked up decent number of points, and this is going to be important, right? PE Sports, once again, looking for the top 12, and I mean, you've got some other teams who are looking for the top 12 as well, but it's not as easy for them, right? Team Toda, for example, the struggle is real.
I think realistically, we're kind of looking at the teams, let's say from 10th place to 14th. I think that's really the safe zone right now. It can absolutely change, right? It takes one of the bottom teams to have a crazy day of performance to maybe make it up there, but that's a very big ask. We are halfway through the competition, right? We've still got 3 more weeks to go, so there is a chance for that comeback to happen. But as I always say, it's better now than never, right? You gotta make it happen at some point. So maybe for some of these teams, you know, you get your butt kicked by Buriram again in this one game of Bermuda, and then somehow, some way, somebody wakes up in Purgatory, and that is it. We might have another team competing for top 12.
It's now or never, but you know, Free Fire has made me change that statement to it's now or next week, because we've got 3 more weeks after this week is over. So we've got a lot of time to catch up. And you know, the points down below, they're not too far apart from each other. I mean, if you really look at things, Indostar's Heavy PE Sports, they really need like one super solid day. And today could just be the day. And if today is not that day, then you don't look from jumping from 14th to maybe the 5th spot. You just look at moving one rank every single day of play. And, you know, less than 2 weeks, you're in here already, right? But obviously, you know, consistency, not massive points, but consistency, just finding that final circle would be a good start.
Finding the final circle, playing maybe in an opportunistic way, right? Trying to go for those sneaky steals, trying to just come in and invade a team that is currently being attacked. I think sometimes you need to play unconventional if you want to keep up with the competition. Like, I would like to see some of these teams at the bottom, like at some point, you're going to reach the point where it's like, if we don't try something, we're never going to climb, right? So you've got to try some crazy stuff, and maybe that craziness is what puts you back in the running to grab these points. Now, back onto the whole concept of these bottom teams trying to pick up points, trying to just make that one placement higher, right? I think we kind of just have to question their ability of, can they get those points? Because in this grouping in particular, it is hard to get points.
Yeah, it most definitely is super duper hard to get those points, and Hua Esports realizing that, right? Just moments ago, you guys saw the head-to-head between Jonah and Yanbin. Yanbin picked up those decent stats, and he has been able to maintain those decent stats, but Hua Esports, on the other hand, has not been able to maintain their standing on the overall leaderboard. They have been slipping slowly but surely down. G now has overtaken them. WG is just sick and tired. We thought you guys were going to bear the flag, and now you got to do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. They're still in top 12. That's all that matters, AJ. Now, what else matters is our next matchup, folks. We're jumping right into Purgatory, game number 2 here for our teams in our groups. And unfortunately, for our teams in Group A, if you are struggling for points, this is your last play day because you played yesterday.
Absolutely. And of course, Flight Path is not going to be available for us just yet as we watch the beautiful icons dropping into this wonderful map of Purgatory. I just want to figure out who's got the hot drop.
Who got the hot drop? And at the moment, it's a little early to say. There we go. So no hot drops at the moment, it seems. Todak playing very risky. We see this a lot from Todak, actually. Very, very spread apart. And PE Sports as well, actually. Both of these teams playing very, very greedy. But they can get away with it. No, there's no one within the vicinity, so feel free to do whatever they want. Buriram and God of Wolf, though. Are we going to see a hot drop? It looks like that's not the case. It looks like Buriram is just going to skedaddle over to Quarry. No? Okay, hang on.
Yep.
Really? Oh, my gosh.
See, whatever you just said, that sounds like my mind voice when I'm deciding what to eat for breakfast every day. Like, am I going to go down? I don't know. Am I going to go down? No.
As if I knew what they were thinking.
GOW. They are in trouble as Moshi finds an easy one with the XM8. Moshi, you are not an assault rifle user. Put it down.
Look, free elimination, AJ, okay? You just pick up whatever you're taking. Unacceptable! It's an elimination.
Moshi, this is off script, Moshi. Moshi needs to put... He can only take eliminations when he's got the sniper or the marksman. He's not allowed to play with any other guns. Moshi needs to be banned. We need to come up with a brand new rule in the rulebook next season.
I think that's just banning Moshi outright. Although on fire, being taken out by a Dutz there. Again, very split plays from some of these teams. Just trying to go for the scouting play, maybe also trying to go for the looting play. I don't mind if teams want to try and go for the scout play. I just get a little bit concerned when I see too many players split from the team, right? Like once you see everybody split, that's when I'm just like, oh, that is risky.
That is risky indeed. And risk is like, well, morning breakfast, I guess, for Falcon.
This man can't think what he wants for breakfast.
Yeah,
Gosh.
I clearly skipped my breakfast today. I'm still grumpy about that. But Y Esports, not as grumpy as Y Esports, losing their spot on the overall leaderboard, getting kicked down towards the bottom. The guys are about to lose their top 12 spot, all right? Y is about to be the old Team Flash again, and I hope that does not happen to them because I was so excited for them this season.
Well, maybe this is the day. This is the game where they just say, all right, boys, let's put our foot down, get those points, and we're safe for another day. Speaking of safe, no engagement there as
I don't know why I thought you were going to say they were going to get ready to get kicked out of the top 12.
Okay, I know I could be a bit of a pessimist sometimes, but not today. I'm feeling a little positive, so
I'm glad.
Let's get with the program here.
I'm glad to hear that. I mean, Y Esports would be so upset to hear that. I mean, come on.
Okay. Look, just be glad they don't understand me. I think just listening to me in general, it might give somebody a disease.
But I am disappointed. Well, I'm very disappointed, okay? I super hyped you guys up on week 1, and I wish to do more of that. But of course, another team that I would love to hype up is Team Expand, currently struggling in the competition. Having fun between Vamos and Toda on the overall leaderboard. They're currently 17. 16, of course, sits Vamos. 18 sits Toda. And Toda would love to get out of the bottom spot. And they are playing today, so they've got an opportunity.
They've got an opportunity, but they really struggle to make the most of these opportunities. I mean, we've said this earlier today, like the teams that are towards the bottom of the bracket in this particular grouping, they already know this is going to be a bit of a struggle city, basically. So just pick up eliminations wherever you can. Otherwise, try and pick up placements. It's just, I've never really been a fan of teams focusing entirely on placements because if you get eliminated trying to go for placements and you end up being bottom 3 anyway, you've got no eliminations to your name. You don't have those compensatory points.
Compensatory points. I like that.
Yes.
But
there
okay, some slow-mo for you guys. We're just having fun with the cameras. But, you know, props to Mr. Wasana for reaching 100 eliminations in FFWS SEA Fall, the first player to break the 100 elimination record. That's pretty insane. And obviously RRQ is going to be a little messed up in their heads, right? Because they're like, we should have been hitting that. But the consistency is just not there for the Indonesian squad.
I think at the same time, when it comes to the Indonesian teams, like they spread their eliminations amongst themselves. They don't really have that one person getting everything. Now, Hua Esports are about to run into attack all round, and it doesn't look like they've caught wind of this, so they could be ambushed here.
See, here's the thing. Okay, Buriram spreads the eliminations through the squad as well, all right? But we'll catch up with that conversation in a little bit. But it doesn't seem like Y Esports is going to go down just yet. They're just laying out those blue walls just for a little bit of extra defense so that they can rotate away. Hoping and praying Dak all around does not come knocking down on their doors once again.
Oh boy. He makes that first move. Oh, look at that GOW. Fighting into Expand, and I mean, so far the Axel, he just wants to pop heads if he can. Demon, though, going to be getting revived, and Isa as well. So, God of Wolf, they might be down to their last player here, but they do have some players flying in on the other side of the map to try and recoup their losses after this failed fight up against Expand.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's Isa and Diane. Isa going down first, Diane following. Unfortunately for GOW, all two spread out in the open. They didn't have those defenses there to back each other up. But of course, they do have those players quite far away to bring those revivals back through. So Expand managed to catch a few lucky points out there. Let's see if they can continue with the good start.
Surprised we didn't see anything happen here with Attack All Round and Hua Esports.
Oh, yeah.
If anything, I'd probably say Hua Esports dodged a bullet because they do not want to be eliminated this early on the round.
A few bullets.
Oh, you know. I don't know if you want to shoot any bullets, okay? Because you don't want to attract any attention, right? So.
Yeah, it's Attack All Around. They'll bring a few. They'll bring a few. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that showdown between the two squads just yet. But continuing what I was saying, you know, Buriram spreads the eliminations throughout the whole squad as well. I mean, Wasana has 100, Moshi has 83, Jonah has 81. Yeah, you get my point. These guys are monsters. The rest of his team members are almost close to that 100 points as well from the eliminations, which is insane from a squad.
Oh, looks like Indo Stars about to run themselves into PE Sports, and PE Sports going to do their best to actually get into a vehicle and just get out of there. They're like, sayonara, boys, I'm not dealing with this. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the elevation in itself will help PE Sports out. And they don't drive away. Very smart maneuvering from PE Sports. Just using the vehicle to leap away from that fall damage off of this cliff. Managing to reposition and then getting into a safe spot. Indostars, on the other hand, have brought a little bit of too much attention to themselves. Toda will find Vamos, and the Malaysians look to prey on each other since they can't find points elsewhere.
Oh, they have no idea that they're fighting their brothers as well. And look at this, Toda going to be eliminating Vamos one by one. And remember, Vamos, this team was heavily injured because they had to be brought back into the game. So under-equipped, giving points away to Todak. And Vamos, I mean, obviously they still have a player left, but they have to reset again for the second time.
So that desperately needs these points. So good on them for picking up the 4. They are 35 points behind Expand, who are in the 17th spot. So there's quite a bit of maneuvering for them to do before they can break through the top 12. While Esports, on the other hand, have to find that final circle if they do not want to be visiting the teams in the bottom 6. As Attack All Around exits their defensive spot, this could just be something that Hua manages to make good use of. But either way, they have to wait for the indication for circle number 3 before they get out of their defensive spot.
Yeah, I am keen to see where that next circle is going to be. And it looks like Vamos have been caught. Last player taken out. So for Vamos, super early out in this game. Very unfortunate for them for this particular round. Hopefully they can recoup their losses in that next matchup. But yeah, big early drop for Vamos. I don't even think they had any eliminations to their name. So it's going to be a 0 for this team. 18
India and Squad. One of the proponents of the Trogon, as you guys saw on the lower thirds moment ago. But come on, okay, here's the part where I start to make appeals to the Garena Development Board.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Please, the patch needs some sort of chaos thrown in here. Remember when those portal goals were first introduced? That's the kind of pace in the world of Free Fire that just gives me life. But now this current pacing, I need coffee.
Okay, so basically this man is saying, can you please create an overpowered mod where everything is overpowered and then we'll have a lot of action. Okay, got it. And at that rate, we may as well just make the circles 3 times smaller. Okay, got it.
That's a fantastic idea.
Oh,
No.
No.
It's a terrible idea.
Okay.
Maybe circles 10 times faster. But that'll bring the match to
I think the games will be too quick. Yeah, I think the games will be too quick.
See, that's why I'm not a developer. But of course, RRQ are going to be chilling. AG Global chilling as well. Everybody's chilling. It's purgatory at the end of the day. It's a huge map.
It's a huge map, and I don't believe we're going to be looking at a water circle. So the fact that we have 11 teams, and we're at the 3rd circle as well, we are going to start seeing some action, AG, okay? So make sure you hold on to your pants, because we're going to be seeing some bodies hit the floor.
I was holding on to it before you even said it. AG
Global. Holding your coffee mug.
Nah, I'm done with my coffee. I need another one. AG Wife's not responding to my messages. AG Global can't really shoot no fish in a barrel. They did find a couple, but they'll have to be a little bit patient because there's just way too much of cover in the compounds now. Falcons, on the other hand, though, just trying to get a little lucky here, trying to shut down Attack All Around. But little do they know, one sneaky little GOW player right behind, or maybe they do know.
I don't think they do.
No,
but the
they
team
don't
is
know.
moving back.
Oh, no, they know. Oh, no, they know. Oh, they know. They definitely know. Bye-bye, Tan. Yep. Oh, he still stays alive. This is a survivor indeed. Tan is so impressive, but unfortunately, he only managed to buy his squad extra 10 seconds. For I have no idea what GOW is doing. This team is just scattered all over, but Indostars are not scattered. They are being shut down one after the other, though, by Team Buriram. Grenades after grenade being tossed on in at them. Barely scratching the surface here, and Buriram might just be attacked from the back as Expand is watching this breakdown.
Not just Expand, but I think Todak is also coming in from the low, like from the high ground. So I think they're going to catch wind of this. And Jonah actually ended up dropping to the ground super low. Should be able to be picked up here by the team because Indostar's looking to reposition. Bit of an awkward position now for Buriram. They used so many grenades and many of them didn't even connect.
Was it on sale this time around, Buriram? Because I did not see that flash sale. Buriram just wasting those grenades, and you are absolutely right, barely connecting with those Indostars players, and now they are, well, still a few grenades rich. Wasana supplying a double. Don't do it, Wasana just sent in his final grenade. Goodness me. It seems like Raz is going to be chucking a few at Buriram this time round. Now, Buriram started this fight. 18-Dia just hopping on in. Kick up the time. 18-Dia does not care. And he just sprays down the players on the side of Buriram. Liam, though, turned around. Wasana cannot get away. And Buriram out in 11. Come on. They were just poking the hornet's nest with all of those grenades. That was uncalled for.
And on the other side of the cliff, we can see RRQ running into Expand, and they're trying to run into this team. Abe trying to get on top of them for Capto, trying to hold the fort here for Expand. No players have been dropped so far for Expand, but they are playing on the low ground, so it's a little difficult for them to try and aim uphill.
Expand now in a tight little pickle, mostly because the blue has left them high and dry. RRQ trying to gatekeep all of the players. Achab down on the ground, picking him up is going to be a tad bit difficult, make it a sliver of health, and Abe makes good use of that. Too Fast cannot get to the rest of his players. FGL brought out to melt down the glue walls, but Captain Too Fast needs to get away alongside Axel. They sneak into the circle, but that's the hell no! Stops them dead! And that is just no way Expand could have survived that onslaught up against RRQ, the circle and all.
That was dirty. That was practically 2 versus 1, right? A team and the blue zone versus you. And it looks like RRQ, they're not done yet. They're looking for more blood. Running into AG Global and Indostar. So going in for their skirmish. Look at that, though. Raf caught by Duts. This man is bloodthirsty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how many headshots is there? Now, that's looking to get the MVP off of this match. RRQ on fire. Pulls out the time turner. Potentially accidental there. 100 HP left on him. Ma'al on that backup as well as RRQ bites at the back of Indostar. Raz dropping by to say hello to the rest of the team members. But good solid glue walls will keep him away from the team. But AG Global shutting down a couple of bullets as well as defenses. But Indostar's punishing the players from the side of AG. Caramel has been blocked away already, but it's just a matter of time. And this distraction does not serve up as the opener for RRQ.
Caramel actually just hijacking the vehicle in the process, but Raph can't quite get the elimination. No, he gets him. He gets him in the skull, but what's happened in the back lines? 18-Dia and Raz, because they were trying to buy time going up against RRQ. Now it's down to Raph and Liam to play up against the entire RRQ roster.
Oh, fantastic use of the opportunity for RRQ. They just waited for that opportune moment and then shut down 2 players. And now here is the follow-up. Liam, what can you do, sir? Has got that level 3 gun on him already, but this SMG can spray. Can the guy pray? I'm pretty sure he can, but who's gonna listen to these prayers? Abe! The shot from afar do not find the connection, and Liam once again being tagged up by the circle, and Abe follows up. Strong squad RRQ is.
Oh, Liam, I think he ran out of glue walls there, but look at this, though. The fight continues. Hua actually running into RRQ's territory. They've lost 1 player. It's now down to Yanbin, who has the vehicle, trying to play behind it, but against the entire RRQ roster, I think he's about to lose his head. And here we go. Hua Esports, 4th place for the round. But look at this, AJ. 3 teams with 4 players, a couple on the ground. We do have 1 on the ground here for PE Sports, but it looks like it's going to be a 3-way.
Oh, the consistency from PE and RRQ is mind-blowing, but Ban will be sacrificed out in the open. On fire, down on the ground. Costu went in for the save, but that was a mistake. Peter shut down as well. Bye-bye, Falcon. And now next on the menu is PE Sports. Ma'al goes in, finds LBT, pulls out the time turner. LBT with a solid glue wall behind him, but that cuts off the rotation. LBT still surviving. A base says now's the time. Drops him, and don't cry. The final player from PE Sports will fall as RRQ secures a booyah at Purgatory.
The prophecy of stats continue with RRQ getting the booyah for the round. And for RRQ, again, this final circle, they had such a positioning advantage because you had Falcon and PE Sports. These 2 teams were locked in combat with one another, and they were just kind of hoping that RRQ wouldn't really stick their nose into their business. But, you know, RRQ, this team is going to stick their nose into everybody's business, and they're going to take you down with them. So, RRQ, I'm impressed. They have picked up a fantastic round of points for today. And I think another thing going in their favor, Buriram got eliminated so early in the round. In probably one of the most bizarre ways too.
Yeah, they deserved it. Buriram definitely deserved that early elimination this time around. They were just mucking around. They were not being serious at all. There is no world where I have ever seen Buriram waste that many grenades and not walk away with anything. That cannot have been a miscalculation. That was just Buriram just having some good fun. They are clean, more than 100 points up at the top of the table. And they were like, yeah, let's not just flex on these guys, right? And that mucking around, I don't think they expected to get eliminated. I think they were just teasing, but you play around with fire, you are going to get burned eventually.
Yeah. So RRQ securing themselves a fantastic round of points for our second game of the day. And here we go. As you can see, right, PE Sports and Falcons, these guys were so busy with one another that when RRQ came into the picture, these teams, they were already down on resources. They were already injured. They were already down on players. So it was really just easy pickings for RRQ for this final round.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what makes RRQ so deadly. And this is what we were talking about back in Bermuda as well, right? Staying super silent, picking up all of those very super decent loot and being such a menace in that final circle, but mostly because they are combat ready, unlike some of these other teams who are getting into too many of those early skirmishes. And speaking of early skirmishes, Falcons, the fall this time, may not have been too early, but the early skirmishes did punish their final few circle games.
Yeah, that's always going to be a factor going into those final circles. If you've ever had to go for a team reset, right? You've been wiped, you've got one player, you've basically revived everybody. Your team is naked. You need a little bit of time to get that loot up. And if you have a team that's gone for a clean game and a team that had to go for a reset wipe, who's going to have the more loot? Who's going to be more equipped? So yeah, for Falcons, unfortunately, they weren't able to get that final booyah, but I think they're pretty happy with how the round went in general, right? Like the fact that they were able to make it this far and get all of those eliminations as well. But I also kind of just want to point my fingers at PE Sports. This team is starting to pick up, and I question, is it just a one-round thing, or is PE Sports going to be a threat today? Because I would love for them to be a predator today rather than prey.
Okay. They got to the final circle. They were not predatoring on anyone. They got 2 eliminations, so it was
predatoring enough.
Yeah, they did not. Mosquitoes get more blood than that. They got 2 eliminations, all right? There's nothing to flex, but getting to the final circle, it's a good start. You need to start somewhere.
You gotta start somewhere. You gotta get those points, and it's round 2, so there's still gonna be 4 more games to go. We do have an interview already though, so let's see what RRQ have to say after getting their first booyah for today.
I was expecting a booyah from the A Thai team so that we could watch the interview again, but it's okay. If it's Indonesia, we'll throw it over to them.
RRQ, guys!
We can hear this one. Hallelujah.
So everyone, I'm Bibi Lee, and I wanna talk first with Dude.
She introduced
Hi,
just
Dude.
herself? What the hell, Baby Lee? Hi everyone, I'm Baby Lee. Nobody cares about you, Gwen.
Apa perasaan kamu sekarang karena kan ini booyah pertama kalian untuk hari ini?
Perasaan biasa aja sih, kan minggu-minggu kemarin juga sering booyah.
We don't feel, we actually don't feel nothing much because we got booyah already in the previous week.
Okay, very confident. And next, after your team's recent booyah, which strategy did you and your team use?
Setelah booyah tim kalian yang baru aja ini, strategi yang manakah yang kalian gunakan bisa akhirnya booyah?
Strategi nggak ada sih. Kita bunuh Falcon aja udah pasti booyah.
So we don't have specific strategy, but with killing Falcon, that's enough.
Okay, Team Falcons, are you hear that? Okay, so last but not least, how confident are you to get booyah in the next game?
Oke, terakhir tapi nggak kalah penting, seberapa percaya diri kamu untuk dapetin booyah lagi di game selanjutnya?
Percaya diri banget lah. Ya, setiap match day kita pasti dapat booyah lah, minimal 2 lah.
Okay, we are really confident. At least in each match day, we always get 1 booyah.
Oh wow! I hope your confidence can bring booyah in the next game. Okay, so we will see how about a strategy, how about play in Indonesian team. So, Caster, take it away.
That's what
concerns.
confidence look like. That's what confidence looks like. Yeah, tell me.
So when a team says they don't feel anything when they get booyahs, that's when I start to feel a little bit concerned, because that's when I say, is your level of respect in your games going to remain the same as it was entering the tournament? Because once you sort of take a look at booyahs and say like, oh, we don't feel anything anymore, I'm a bit worried teams lose their drive, right? You need drive to be able to maintain that top level performance. My boys are RRQ, I love them, but there are definitely times I have seen them in competitions and they just sort of...
No, ma'am. This is basic economics. All right. You have your favorite dish, the first mouth. Okay, it tastes so good, and then you finish that bowl. If you order bowl number 2, it don't taste as good. You order bowl number 3, don't taste as good. You order bowl number 4, you throw up. And that's what RRQ is trying to say. You know, yeah, we got a booyah, but there's nothing to flex about. But eliminating Falcons, that's what brings peace to our hearts. And you see, that's something that I respect. I mean, fighting words from RRQ, and they truly deserve it, right? They have got the authority to do that now because they have met Falcons quite a number of times. And well, Falcons is not having the greatest of runs out there, let's just say that.
I mean, I wonder what Falcons say, right? Like, they hear the interview themselves and just be like, oh, wow, okay, RRQ. Rolls their sleeves up and be like, okay, challenge accepted. And then we start seeing some hot drops. I'd love to see that, but I'm very sure they're not watching the stream because that is against the rule book, FYI. So...
Ma'al's going to be so salty. The season where he keeps picking up MVP after MVP titles, we are actually giving away money to the biggest predator of every week, not the one that picks up the most number of MVPs. So... It's the wrong season, sir, but you know, phenomenal performance from Ma'al, and the consistency is mind-blowing. And on top of all of that, it was mostly Duts and Abe getting those long-range engagement snipes instead of Ma'al, the sniper of the squad, who is so proficient at usually doing that.
Yeah, I think it's just the team dynamic for RRQ, right? And in particular for that game, Duts and Abe, they played a really important role for the team because they were constantly running into team after team after team. And you need Duts and Abe to provide those openings for Razor and Mal to come in to basically finish off those eliminations. So I think it's just also just a testament to how well Duts and Abe play their role, right? Start things for the team, create those openings so that your backliners have that opportunity to go for the finish ups. But elimination leaders, it's going to be Duts. This man deserves it. He's played his role that last game. But can he play better next game?
Elim's leader, we've got 5 names here, and 4 out of 5 is from RRQ, and that's the team that got the booyah. So this was a massive booyah coming through from the Indonesian squad. A 31-point bomber out there on the battlefield. And of course, Ma'al once again being praised, this time for the damage that he brought into the competition. Make it with the 14 grenades. Unfortunately, Expand, all they did was waste those grenades. They didn't really get a lot of nade drops out there on the battlefield. So perhaps a little bit of adjustments needs to come through from Mikit in the future, but that's great potential. The fact that he managed to even find 14 to use is pretty impressive.
I'm actually surprised it wasn't Buriram that got this award because we saw so many grenades before they were eliminated. But
they used 13.
Sure, okay. I wish we could see the numbers. You know, we don't get that inside look into some of these stats. But game standings for game number 2 for today. We have RRQ sitting pretty, top place, 31 points. This is a massive pickup for this team. Second place, like look at the point distribution. 15 for Falcons, 12 for Indostars, and 11 for PE Esports. Like normally you see these teams down here picking up a couple more, but extremely top heavy for this round.
Yeah, sometimes I say I hate to repeat myself, but you know I'm a liar. I'll repeat myself once. A huge difference between the top of the leaderboard for the standings from every game between the bottom. But the surprising thing here is the teams that are at the bottom are very weird names, like Buriram down at the bottom this time, bro. So
4 points.
Yeah, and of course PE Esports up at the top. You know, Falcons finding that final circle. So these are the kinds of changes where are not expected. But once again, this is the Southeast Asian best out there on the battlefield. So, you know, every single game is going to be unpredictable unless, of course, you're an RRQ fan. 8 booyah strong now.
Yeah. And this is going to help RRQ close that gap with Buriram if they're really trying to play for that first place, right? Because for all we know, they're just playing whatever. Maybe number one's not really the goal. It's just if they get the booyah, great. And that round in particular, I mean, 4 points versus 31. That's a pretty big jump. And I kind of wonder, can RRQ make that catch up happen? Because we know normally in the Indonesian grouping, that team tends to thrive. So maybe today, if they can pick up a whole bunch of points and then they do their general thrive business, then maybe RRQ can beat them regardless.
Maybe they can, but what they most definitely will need before doing so is a quick short break. So when we come back, 2 more games for you guys. We're just getting started.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024
For trophy!
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams.
Oh.
And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
it's our country.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
918 919 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, World of Work, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Toda, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia fall season. That's a mouthful, but it's a lot of excitement. 6 weeks of knockout stages, and we are just in week 3. So this marathon run, we have seen some teams struggle, some teams really thrive. But today, it seems like our RQ is on a unbeatable, momentous streak. Buriram, on the other hand, kind of bombed out a little too early earlier.
Look, it's one game, okay? It was one game, and it was like one questionable play. I do expect this team to make a... Okay, yes, it was actually quite questionable. I was scratching my head watching that whole thing, but I expect this team to bounce back, right? Buriram is not really a team that's just, you know, kind of bomb out and stay bombed out. It's like, okay, they'll bomb out every now and again, but they generally tend to pick up. But point totals for today, RRQ off to a fantastic lead, 16 points over all of the points Buriram's accumulated today.
Yeah, absolutely loving the day 8 summary here, and RRQ clearly leading the top after picking up the Booyah off of Purgatory and finding the final circle in Bermuda as well. In this third game, it is going to be a challenge for Team RRQ to grab the Booyah because they do have an Alpine specialist here together with them as well, and that's called Buriram, right? Currently number 1 on this map, 3 Booyahs to their name already, 153 points claimed. But RRQ is actually the 3rd best team since Twisted Minds is not going to be playing today. So AG Global, and I don't know if I want to be the kind of person that counts AG Global as a threat just yet because they haven't really showed up. But if they do show up, then maybe they may disrupt RRQ this time.
I think if anything, this is a way to disrupt Buriram, right? Like Buriram just bombed out of a round. This is supposedly the round that they're supposed to make their grand comeback in and make it as if that round number 2 meant nothing. So I think it would be really cool if AG Global come in and really just pull the sheets from under both of our other 2 top dogs, because we haven't really seen a lot of AG Global today. They've been kind of there, but they haven't had any wow moments yet after those first 2 rounds.
I don't want to burst your bubble, but this is the map that Buriram has picked up the most points on thus far, 153. So the potential of them continuing to pick up more here obviously is there. And look at Moshi, man. The guy is just a god on this map, right? Especially with the AWM in hand. The damage, he's one of the people with the most damage as well as the damage conversion into eliminations out there on the battlefield as well, which makes him just so lethal as on maps like Alpine.
But this is where do comes in handy, and we say do, you have one job, and that's to literally outdo Moshi.
I like
And
that. I like that.
Time to do it. It should be very interesting, right? Okay, I'm going to stop with
that's
the
too
puns.
far.
I'm going a
That's
little
too
bit
far.
too ham. But what's not too far is this next map. Alpine, game number 3. Is it just going to be a repeat of Buriram dominating this map back to back to back? Or is somebody going to ruin their day and maybe even knock them out of this round early? Because it happened in that last round. Very possible if someone really decides to focus on Buriram in this particular round. Extremely dangerous, okay? Extremely dangerous if someone does this intentionally, but very possible.
Or Buriram can just waste 13 grenades and get knocked out early once again. But either way,
sure.
I'm expecting some sort of a miracle here. Maybe a Vietnamese booyah, maybe a Malaysian booyah. That'll be the first. Literally, it will be the first Malaysian booyah. If we find it here, none of the Malaysian teams have been able to show any bit of threat out there on the battlefield so far.
Yeah, it's been a very rough season for the region, unfortunately, right? And the fact that no one has been able to sort of keep up, not even having one representative, I think that's sort of put a lot of pressure on the region to really figure out, like, do we have a team that is capable of being up there to begin with? And if you don't, what needs to be fixed in the region overall? Is it just a case of the teams that we have? Are they maybe playing on the wrong rosters? Like, what is there to fix? Now, obviously, they do have plenty of time to do this, but we already see our first knock in this game. It was 18 Deer who has been brought back by Liam, so Indostar's now back to 4 players, but they're going to have to try and find a safe place to drop him so he can go back to looting.
Expand has picked up a squad and brought it up all the way to being the very best within the nation. So this is a brand new roster that they need to repeat that process with once again. There's a problem here coming through from the Indostars players as they engage with Toda, attack all around, showing up, shutting down players on both the squads. And now that does give a little bit of extra timing here. Toda does manage to hit that revival, and so does Indostars.
Buriram is coming, AJ. This is the last team that you want to have arrive. And the fact that Indostars has 1 player alive, maybe that's going to work out for them. But Hua running into Expand. And oh my gosh, Expand dropping 1 by 1 like flies. Death still within that compound. Mikado doing the best that he can, but he's all alone within that compound. Oh, Expand. This is not how you want to go out.
My goodness. So, yeah. So, it's obviously going to take a little bit of time to get this roster up to superstar level. But speaking of Buriram, attack all around, attack from all around as they encircle the area, shutting down player after player. Buriram picking up 2 easy points after attack all around just got out of an engagement.
Oh, and AG Global here to ruin Hua Esports today. Shit on gosh, on the 2nd floor. 3rd floor, excuse me. Easily taken out. Now, thankfully, they do have another player left in the game, so they're going to have to try and go for the buyback for the team. There's 1 player from Vamos coming into the picture, and they might not be too happy once they find out they're running into AG Global.
Okay, now Duke has spotted 1, spotted 2, spotting out 3, and he says, not my fight, not right now anyway. As Vamos moves on in for the shutdown, thinking it's just Dew in this location. Kathizi's going in for the finisher, spots out Dew, puts him on the ground. But the question is, can Kathizi find the follow-up? He most definitely does.
Most definitely does. And he's also got the reinforcements of his team. So for Vamos, a nice little pickup there, getting that 1 elimination. 1 point on the board.
Sometimes there are some moments of brilliance coming through from Vamos. This is potentially the next big thing in Malaysia. Well, they are currently performing slightly better than Expand. Okay, very, very much. No, the 22 points is not very, very much. Slightly better than Expand, which is a little bit of a surprise because they've actually got a superstar team at this moment.
They do. But maybe the team just needs more time to gel, right?
Yeah.
The fact that even though you have all the big names put together, you've got to figure out like what's the perfect team dynamic. And unfortunately, sometimes just putting all the best players together just doesn't work out, right? Because you're not meeting the demands of every single star player on your team. Like some star players require a lot of sacrifice and a lot of catering. And to have all superstars need that, it's like who's doing the catering?
Obviously, the organization needs to handle catering. That's basic.
Not the food catering, but okay, AJ. Let's moving on. 18 hiding, hoping Buriram doesn't sniff him out.
No.
Here, 'cause-
On a serious note, if you've got a team, if you've got a roster of superstars, and then you're not doing good in the competition, it's an organizational issue. You need to look into it. You need to sort it out. But of course, from Expan's point of view, we kind of understand, right? They have got very, very junior players on their roster right now. They're kind of having a little bit of a tough time finding the footing out there on the battlefield. But Vamos, on the other hand, it's a little bit of a surprise because you do have some veterans on there.
Yeah, lots of veteran names, but they can't find their perfect synergy as of yet, it seems. They can't find their rhythm. Now, Dylan has found his rhythm. His rhythm is on the floor. That's going to be an elimination there for attack all round. And there's a portal gun as well. Oh my gosh, they've gone right in!
My goodness, what an ambush and attack all around. Not waiting for anyone as they shut down player after player from the side of GOW. Pokey with a mini Uzi gets the follow-up. And GOW Tan hitting that instant revival, all thanks to the vending machine he found out there in the open. And that's going to give him some extra leeway here. Tan has to sacrifice himself at this point of time, but at least getting one elimination is his mission. Can he get the job done before the rest of the attack all-around players surround him? I guess the answer is no. I like asking questions that I can answer myself. Love it.
Well, the game likes to answer those questions, okay? So it is fine. God of Wolf is still sticking around, but albeit heavily injured, unfortunately. This late into the game to have your team almost wiped, it's probably one of the worst ways to sort of play that mid game because you're constantly playing catch up and you have to play very opportunistic to make those comebacks happen. Now for Vamos, okay, we were saying this team was sort of looking to be on the rise, but now with Buriram coming into the picture, if you're a Vamos fan, you are hoping Buriram just basically throws themselves at Vamos for free.
If you're a Vamos fan, that is.
If you're a Vamos fan.
They are a rivalry. Could be. He is in a little bit of a pickle here, trying to find some opening and manages to spot out his own team member, which he shoots at, unfortunately. McRory down on the ground. Up on top, Kathizi trying to avoid all of these engagements. Does he have the capability to back up the rest of his team members? Jun down on the ground, and Lutfi is going to get sprayed down to the ground as well alongside him. The P90 is pretty useless when you're being backstabbed by a player like Wasana and Buriram. Oh my goodness, Kathizi. A potential disconnect there? I don't know. He was barely doing anything up top.
Yeah, maybe. Unless it's just sort of, you know, giving himself away and said like, okay, take me instead while the rest of my team comes back. I surrender. If only surrendering was a thing in Free Fire. But then again, Free Fire get boring. So never mind. No surrenders. We're good without those. But within the vicinity of Buriram, we do have God of Wolf nearby. Now, remember, God of Wolf, this team is basically on its last legs. They are working with the minimal amount of resources. So they, at this point, I am praying they don't run into Buriram, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We're going to be looking at two teams clashing here.
If GOW goes down right here, right now, PE Sports is going to overtake them on the overall leaderboard. And Buriram wants to help out PE Sports. Isa trying to get away, but the car's on fire. On the left-hand side, Isa has the potential of slowly sneaking away. And the rest of the three players from the side of GOW, they are going to be sacrificed as Buriram and gang. They surround the area. Deanne down on the ground. Headshot coming on through. And unfortunately, Demon does not get to sneak away. And this is just so unfortunate for GOW. Just can't seem to find a break here on Alpine.
And they have to reset again, unfortunately. So this team, they're working with absolutely nothing. And the fact that they're also feeding Buriram all of these elimination points, this team is on the upwards trajectory to take this game if things continue the way that they do. I think if anything, you're kind of wondering, do they run into any top dogs soon? Now, PE Sports, I think this is a team that could maybe burn Buriram a little
No,
bit,
no,
but
no.
in a lot of cases, Buriram wins this fight.
Buriram, you don't dare, Buriram. Just turn to the left and run away, Buriram. I was just looking for PE Sports to break into the top 12. And if they meet PE right now, it might just be over prematurely. Goodness me, we gotta catch up with that suspense. I hate broadcasts when they do this to me. Now I gotta imagine what's happening out there as RRQ travels around outside the circle.
It's fine. We've got a colorful imagination on this broadcast. Now, clearly nothing has happened as of yet, but on the other side of the map, we have AG Global going up against Hua Esports, and both of these teams are outside that blue zone, so they're going to have to get a move on at some point, otherwise they will be taking pointless damage. Now, Shin, unfortunately, has 2 players going up against him, and now Poppy, first player to go down for Hua Esports.
What? That is your, my God, CQC with the AWM unstoppable as he stops dead in his tracks. Hua Esports 5 eliminations up, and it looks like AG Global about to be toasted here. Good solid glue wall erected, and that's going to give him a decent enough defense. Cypher does find a drop as Caramel brings Stop right back in here, and a 1-for-1 trade between the two. Death finds yet another AWM up close and personal. He seems to be doing magic out there with that sniper.
He's doing magic, but unfortunately for AG, it seems like they basically decided to abandon ship. Like, the fact that they're still fighting, though, they're beating Hua Esports and now down to the final player, and Hua goes down. What? And AG, they had somebody drive away from the scenes. They're just like, it's okay, you guys can deal with it. If you survive, I'll see you on the other side, I suppose.
What? How in the world did you pull that off? That is
AG
insane.
Global.
My God.
AG Global things. Oh boy, AG.
Yeah, that's why I love Free Fire.
Oh.
What?
Oh, this is...
That's not the expected response for I love Free Fire. You should be going, oh yeah.
No. I'm just taking a look at what we're about to see here because RRQ are running into Buriram.
Oh my
lord, the battle of the Titans.
Yeah, this is why you don't poke your noses into fights too early. Buriram! But get high! Fights a long one, down on the ground. And this is just unfortunate for RRQ. Question is, do you want to back away? Monster truck in hand, but Abe just using that monster truck for a little bit of a higher elevation off of that wall. Getting that information. Now Dutch with his backstab. Can't seem to find anyone just yet. Works his way around the wall, but meets his old friend off to the right-hand side. Glue wall goes down, but Dutch gets taken down instead. That is so unfortunate for RRQ.
Oh, mistakes were made for RRQ. They thought they were going to win that engagement, but it's Buriram of all teams to run into. And Razor able to get out of there with the monster truck, so he's going to have to try and revive his team. But that was supposed to be the battle to beat down the Titans, but it ends up being RRQ to be the injured team in that engagement.
Yeah, clearly Buriram's pissed off with the previous match.
Yes, very much.
16 eliminations, and we've got 10 more teams alive and kicking, and Buriram are clearly looking to make this the map for the squad. 153 points picked up thus far, and they are making that potentially 183 by the end of this game. If they can keep this sort of performance up. Indostars finding one down the bridge. It's not a troll, it's Team Falcons. Very rare spot for a Falcon to be at.
Very rare spot for the Falcon. We did see a elimination on the map. So it was PE Sports eliminated by RRQ. So Mal has been brought back into the game, and he did get that final elimination. Now Raz doing a pretty good job of holding the fort there for the team, just keeping Falcons zoned. And unfortunately the Falcons, they can't move. And oh my gosh, they do get one of the players on the ground on fire. He is on fire, but look at this. Counter fights that Raf being dropped on the ground. It's 1 for 1 so far. Raz has been caught too.
Raz, what in the world? He laid out a portal go, trying to get into the circle, but AG Global stops him dead in his tracks. Unfortunate for him, but 18D are trying to get the job done all on his own, and Falcons bites the dust once again. 18D is back to his ways of taking on a 1v3 battles yet again, and Liam, the final survivor, can he get into the circle? AG Global looking to put an end to Indostars and their run.
Oh boy, I don't think Liam is going to make it out of this at all. AG Global desperate to add those eliminations to their name, and Liam is trying to buy time.
How's he not losing his life?
He's healing. He's fine, but Cypher's going to make sure he's not going to live for much longer. Oh, he actually got. He's gone. He's in, but he's about to fly into AG Global anyway, so it might not matter anyway. We're around, they're running into Vamos.
Unfortunate, Indostars are out. Vamos on the other hand, the next one on the menu when Buriram is hungry. Wasana though, down on the ground, get high, says, I'm here to back you up, brother. Wasana right back up on his feet, and the moment he gets up, Vamos goes down. 20 elimination strong. Buriram, the kings of all want to be kings again.
Everything ending in 10 seconds. It just goes to show how strong Buriram is looking on this particular map. Oh, Folky. This man, though, lucky he doesn't get popped in one shot. But Buriram, look at this, though. We still have 19 players left on the map. Buriram have 20 eliminations. They are literally on fire in this particular round. I don't know who can stop them.
Somebody can. RRQ can. At this point of time, even Attack All Around can.
We have a single RRQ player, I think. I think it's just Mal. So RRQ's out of the picture for this battle.
Do not underestimate Ma'al! Ma'al! I was just hyping you up, Ma'al! What in the... Stop down and out. Attack all around. No, don't even say it. Dude, bleeding out. Riptide Rhythm, Tora. And that's going to be the distraction for GOW. And Attack all around backs away, which means AG Global and Dew continues to survive. But 13 seconds to the next circle. And it's quite far away out in the open.
This circle could get really ugly as well, right? Attack all round, occupying the center, and they want to take this for themselves, and they're trying to zone out Buriram of all teams. They do bring in the monster trucks, so are they going to try and pull out some really sneaky shenanigans, use that monster truck to break those glue walls? AG Global, though, eliminated from the round, so down to our top 4 teams, AJ.
Oh, and here comes the push. Jump God now with the Bison, circles around, fights one for himself. Can he get the sprays? Yes, he does, and the follow-up from the end. GOW sticking their noses into this fight, and Buriram is the victim. Unfortunately for Buriram, this is not going to be an easy one to sneak away from. They use the portal go. They burst themselves onto the other side and avoid the engagements and baiting attack all around straight to GOW. Big brain moves from Buriram.
Big brain moves. This is going to take out God of Wolf from the competition as well. And Buriram, they get a moment of respite to reset. And look at that. They actually managed to get Ton. But Toadite coming in for the backstab onto Buriram.
Very rare move coming through from Toda, and this is why you don't backstab. You don't take the fight up against anyone, Toda. One player down already. Jonah with a quick tag and backs away. The fade away from Jonah is just beautiful as Moshi drops in for backup as well. Wasana ganging up with them, but back in here is Attack all around, looking to take advantage of the chaos. And the glue wall melters are going to be laid out. Attack all around with a man advantage up against Buriram, and Buriram are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that rock is Attack all around. Toda, the hard place.
Oh, Buriram, they thought they were going to be able to take this round, being pincered by 2 teams. They had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They get picked apart. So 3rd place for them, meaning it's going to be Attack all round versus Todak. Are we potentially going to see Malaysia's first booyah?
I think we are going to get exactly that. Glue wall melters ain't going to face it, says Toda. Wings from the left-hand side, has got the M82B to penetrate through all of those glue walls, but Attack all around using the natural terrain for the defense, dropping down below, and they want to circle up from that right-hand side. Wings about to be clipped, but Folky does not have that range just yet, and the FGL will melt down that one solid glue wall. Wings bursts away, and now Noki trying to find that backstab for Toda.
Oh, Noki, can he find the opening? Can he create the opening, though? Jump God just constantly trying to pepper them with those bullets, breaking through. There's too many glue walls. They're going to have to get in there. It might have to be CQC here, AJ.
Absolutely, and trapped in the thick of the action. Wings backing him up, but Limit does manage to get that drop. Wings does knock down Limit. 7 from the back, but it's a 1v2. Good solid glue walls. Poongap up against 7. It's a 1v1, and 7 does not stand the test of time. But Noki doing God's work here for Toda, but unfortunately he falls as well as Attack all around brings the cameras right back to Thailand.
Oh, Todak so close, but Attack all round. I think most importantly, it came down to that CQC. And in CQCs, you have to land your shots. You cannot afford to miss those critical hits in that CQC, because every shot you miss is another opportunity for your opponents to go for that critical hit onto you. So Attack all round, just overall, unfortunately for Todak fans, the better quality team in that final circle. It would have been great, I think, if Todak had a way to sort of break through that initial defense. They had a really nice grenade coming in, maybe chipping the team down to half health. If they had some extra glue wall melters. I do want to sort of point out something with Todak, and this was when Buriram was still sticking around, and this was, you know, sort of that sandwich maneuver between these 3 teams. I saw a lot of wasted resources coming out from Todak that they were throwing towards Buriram. I saw a
Yeah.
lot of them being good glue wall melters. And I kind of question if they were able to keep one of those glue wall melters for this final circle, could things have been a little bit different for this team?
Yeah, the difference was they would have been eliminated with the glue wall melters in their backpack. So, unfortunately, fortunately for Toda, you know, you just can't make the right decision, right? Because you've got two very good teams out there on the battlefield, and you do suffer when it comes to those engagements. You know, if you wait too long, it's a problem. If you go in too early, it's a problem. So, I mean, good on them. I really respect the decision making coming through from Toda to take the fight straight up to another team. They saw the opening. They saw that Buriram was on that path of recovery. They tried to go in for the shutdown, but Buriram was just way too good. Even though they were hurt, even though they were patching themselves back up, they still did not get taken down by Toda in that chaotic scenario. So, I mean, you know, props to Buriram once again, but good efforts from the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, I think Todak in particular, they really needed this round. Even though maybe they didn't get a lot of the eliminations, the placement points is what this team is really aiming for, because they are still trying to make that climb happen from the bottom of the bracket. And, you know, again, we're only at the halfway mark of the competition. If they can continue to maybe even just make top 3, maybe only get 3 eliminations, 4 eliminations at most, those placement points add up, especially with how rare points are distributed for our teams towards the bottom of their bracket.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, you know, it's good on Toda on top of everything else as well that they still did manage to survive towards the very end. Attack all around had Buriram sandwiched alongside Toda on the opposite end as well. So that worked up against Buriram, and obviously Toda made good use of that situation to continue staying alive. They desperately needed points. They picked up some solid points. I want consistency, but I'm not going to ask for a lot from the Malaysian teams just yet. I mean, big respects for the team.
Now, looks like we do have an interview with the tackle round, so let's see what they have to say after securing the booyah for our third round.
Hi guys, welcome back to the interview session, and now we are with
to get
from
ready.
Attack
It's
All
ready, and then it's not
Around.
ready.
How do you feel about the game that you just achieved the booyah?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับเกมที่เราสามารถเก็บบูย่าได้ในเกมที่ผ่านมาดีใจครับโอเค it's good for me
Okay, so this is the question that I think many users wanna know, because at the last circle that we can see, it's like you take the advantage from staying at the rock, but why do you decide to just move away from that place?
นี่คือคำถามที่หลายคนอยากรู้เลยหลายคนอยากรู้ว่าในบริเวณวงสุดท้ายเนี่ยทำไมถึงตัดสินใจมูฟออกมาจากหินก้อนนั้นแล้วมาเล่นในที่โล่งข้างๆครับได้เปรียบครับis give me advantage to my team
Okay, so how many booyah do you think you're gonna get today?
คิดว่าวันนี้เราจะได้บูย่ากี่ครั้งกันอีกสักบูย่าไปจะ two บูย่า include that บูย่า
Okay, so I want to move to the question from the YouTube audience. The question from Miss Rungtip Pukason asking, how do you feel when you are under pressure, so we can compare like the last circle that you just played.
โอเคเป็นคำถามจากตัวของสมาชิกที่ดู YouTube ของเราอยู่ถามว่าคุณรับมือกับความกดดันยังไง
ชิวๆครับไม่คิดอะไร
ชิวๆครับ don't think too much
Okay, and so we can hope that we will see you for the next game, right?
โอเคแล้วหวังว่าจะได้เจอคุณในเกมหน้าใช่ไหม
Okay, so for the last question, any message you want to say to your fans?
มีอะไรอยากพูดถึงแฟนๆไหมครับ
ฝากเชียร์พวกเราด้วยนะครับ
โอเค please support us we doing max of opportunity and we will get the great thing for you
Okay, so we hope we will see you for the next game. Now get back to you, Shoutcaster.
Bye.
I've got my favorite host pick already. Balletrix is absolutely slaying the questions.
Slaying the questions, and also Attack All Around, super humble. Like literally, the fact that it's like, just chill, relax. Doesn't matter. Relax.
Not a lot,
I
sir.
love
Just
that.
two. I like
Just
that.
Just two.
We know we struggle in the competition, but they're not too bad, right? On the overall leaderboard, they currently sit on the 5th spot, which is super decent for Attack All Around that has not been attacking all the time.
Well, they are attacking when it comes to getting points, right? The consistency for this team. We don't really see them sitting on the bottom of the brackets. They're always somewhere in the middle, or they're getting those eliminations, which is what a team wants. You don't have to be in the spotlight all the time. As long as you are getting those points and putting yourself in a very safe place, then I think you're kind of happy with where things are right now. And the fact that they're coming in, they're just like, know your place. Love it. Humble and then BM. Know your place.
This is some solid stuff. This is some solid trash talk. Well prepared in advance by production. So I love it. We are well prepared. This is what we need for every single broadcast. This is what we need at every single table for all of the rest of the teams as well. Because I don't think the Malaysian teams have any of this. You know, or maybe we foresaw that they would not be using the board. Come on, that's dirty.
I think they have the boards. They just haven't
They do?
used it yet.
Okay,
I think they haven't used them yet. So
they
we'll
haven't.
see. We'll see.
They haven't had a
okay.
booyah to use it, I guess.
It's okay. They will have their opportunity. And I sense it is very near. Maybe not today, but very near.
It's getting near, isn't it? I mean, they're getting closer and closer to the final circle. We
They
just
are.
Yeah, I mean, no booyah, it's fine. As long as they're showing, you know, we can call it a good day for the squad. A total eliminations is fantastic. The other hand, for attack all around, I thought they walked away from this match and they would actually be caught up by on the side of Buriram, but there's a potential attack all around managed to maintain their number one spot.
I think they do, because if I recall correctly, Buriram was sitting on about 20 eliminations. There might have been another one or two before they went down. So I think there's a good chance of that potentially happening here. We'll find out once you see the final scoreboard. But attack all round, this was just a perfect round for them. And this was not a round that they were considered favourites to win at all, right? Statistically speaking, they are nowhere.
It's their first booyah on Alpine.
Yeah, they were nowhere near the top. So no one would have expected them to be one of the teams to sort of come out of nowhere and just kill most of the eliminations. I also want to point out the fact that Buriram and Attack All Round, these two teams practically hogged all of the elimination points. I kind of wonder what the situation is for the rest of the teams for this particular round. Like, how starved is everybody? Is it literally just the top two teams? Is it maybe the top 3-4 teams hogging the elimination points? Because so many of them, practically a quarter of the lobby, is in the hands of one or two teams.
Yeah, I can answer that question for you right now. It's just the two teams. And this was a expected scenario once again, because a majority of the teams at the bottom six is only from A as well as BN. Of course, speaking of which, 31 points for attack all around, and Buriram did not manage to overtake them because Toda swiped away that 1 point. So, I mean, even if they did get that 1 point, I guess it would still be the attack all around on that number one spot because of that booyah, but still super ring through from Buriram.
Look, Buriram is just happy they got the 30 points, and
Yeah.
for RRQ, not a spectacular round at all. If I'm not mistaken, I think they've overtaken them in terms
for
of
sure.
total points accumulated today. So for RRQ, a little bit sad with the fact that they were able to have that 16-point lead, practically cut down to nothing. And if anything, they're behind now.
Yeah, I mean, the universe was like, oh, okay, you don't appreciate booyahs? Sure, let me kick you far, far away from any booyahs. So I think, of course, they will probably drop back down on their knees and pray for a booyah for Kalahari. But then again, they don't really need to pray for Kalahari booyahs. They are very, very proficient on this map. So a good, solid comeback from Indonesia after this is not something that's going to surprise me.
Not something that will surprise, but maybe teams will take advantage of this, knowing the Indonesians are so familiar, I suppose, with Kalahari.
Yeah.
Maybe you just try to invade RRQ, because this team can be quite predictable in Kalahari. It's not like you see them change their playstyle a lot. It's always them occupying refinery. So if you're thinking about maybe trying to disturb them, figure out a way to sneak into refinery, and maybe you just have to try and go in for that backstab. We kind of don't know what the situation is going to be, right? So we'll have to find out. We are waiting for the match schedule as we get ready for game number 4, but of course, game number 4, I guess we'll talk about it ourselves, AJ, because you also have the numbers. Our top teams, aside from RRQ for Kalahari, who are we looking out for here?
I mean, okay, RRQ is not the top team for Kalahari in this season. That's the crazy thing, right? Because usually they are pretty dominant. This time around, they've only secured 1 booyah on Kalahari, and currently they are the 5th ranked team on this map. And they are fronted here by Buriram, Falcons, Hua Esports, as well as Attack All Around. So there may be a big possibility that we once again see RRQ get downed and outed, but I expect to see the tenacity out of RRQ, just like what we saw out of Buriram, where an early exit led to a massive round. I want to see that out of the Indonesians as well.
Yeah, and maybe Attack All Round, they get their wish, right? They said that they're looking to try and get 2 booyahs today, so this might be the map for them. I'd like to see Hua Esports step up, because we really haven't seen a lot of this team today. They have absolutely struggled for the first 3 rounds, and obviously they need those points, because with the way things are, they are just dropping it further and further down that leaderboard. They need something to help them cling to top 12.
Yeah, that something may just be this fun fact, and that fun fact is, if you compare groups A and B, the team with the most number of booyahs is actually Hua Esports. They currently have 2 to their name and an average total of 15 points every single time they step into Kalahari, which means this should be a decent enough game for them. I don't know what has happened to the squad, but they have just been on a downward trajectory. I really hope and pray they use Kalahari now to really turn that around for themselves.
Yeah, I hope that's the case for this team as well, because if they can't even pick it up on a map that they're supposedly comfortable with, I don't see that light in the end of the tunnel anymore for Hua Esports, because but again, they were looking very comfortable at the beginning of the competition, and then we're only at the halfway mark, and then now they are in the danger zone, right? To fall that far down, that is already a warning sign for the team to say that, hey guys, you guys were never safe to begin with. Like, you have not been consistent enough to stay in that top 12. So this is the last, I believe this might be one of the last opportunities for this team to stay top 12 before they have to play the catching game.
Yeah, but you know, it's all in the plan. Hua Esports, they're just very philosophical. They love to really drive home the point that what goes up must come down. So they went up, they're on the way back down. But what goes down sometimes does come back up. So
I hope so.
This is that moment for Hua Esports as we head on into Kalahari. Game number 4 of the day, halfway through the day of 8. I totally messed that one up. Never mind.
We got
on to the match we go.
We are on day 8, sir, on Kalahari. So, as we are correct with our math here, let's see where our teams are going to be and what the flight path is going to look like. Because I do want to see where some of the contests are going to be. Is it going to be our big dogs competing with each other, or the small ones sort of having their little scraps together? And so far, Buriram and Attack All Round. Oh boy, that is a big one.
Yeah, this is going to be an early super hot drop coming through for Attack All Around, and they do stand a good chance to overwhelm Buriram. They do have the numbers up against them, but it will be unfortunate if Buriram does manage to get the loot off here and quickly rotate into Santa Catarina. Attack All Around back and away. GOW behind Buriram as well. So this could turn sour instantly for the 2-time world champs.
Could go sour depending on what pathing everyone decides to take. And the fact that Buriram is going to continue with this pursuit, you can tell that they are comfortable with what they picked up and they're looking for blood. They want to get these eliminations, and if they can get rid of Attack All Round, this is already one of the top competitors of this map eliminated. If they can do that, but they're leaving. They're playing it safe. They're playing it safe. It's okay. If they run into God of Wolf, that's actually better for them. So Buriram playing it safe. All right. No Attack on Titan today. Later.
Yeah, none of that. Tan, on the other hand, is just panic shooting Buriram at this point in time. He sees 4 players rushing straight at him, and he's just like, stop, I've got a gun. And yep, they are not going to stop. Unfortunately for Tan, he is going to be visited by 4 players on the side of Buriram. The best he can do right now is either try... No, he can't run away. He just needs to call for backup.
I actually think he's trying to lead them away from his team, because his team was there. It was just Ton all by himself. So maybe he was purposefully trying to draw their attention away from the rest of the team, but they're regrouping.
That's a ton of dedication.
They're regrouping, so maybe they're trying to bait. But Isa's not there.
Yeah, he's on the way. He's just a little lost.
I don't think he's on the way. I think he's like, guys, you're going down. I'm getting ready to revive you.
It's like, guys, don't worry. I got your back. Like, literally. I'll bring you back in. Demon. A couple of grenades from the guy just to push Buriram back. But I don't think Buriram's going to be too phased by that at all. Dian, a little unfortunate with the glue wall melted. It's going to melt down a glue wall, but nobody is behind it. And we spoke about Iza going missing, but maybe he's in a good position to just wrap around, get the backstab on them.
Maybe, but he's on the bottom of the cliff, so I don't see a way for him to easily make it up.
Here he
He's coming up.
Here he comes. Here he comes. He's got the grappling hook all right. And done. Unfortunately, does not find the connection. Had to drop a glue wall and put it on with the backstab. Tan in a lot of trouble. And he does get the spray. What a headshot. And he goes in for the follow-up as well. And fine. Get high on top of everything else. The end drops Jonah. Buriram. And it looks like the jig is up. Moshi, the final player. But he's got the pocket market. My goodness. He should not.
Oh my
He didn't get it. Buriram. Down and out. And GOW says, you don't mess with us.
Oh my god. Of all the teams to eliminate Buriram this early on, it is God of War, where originally I thought it was a bait. I thought Ton was like, get away from my team. You guys are fine. Just come and chase me. I'm free food. It's the other way around. Buriram getting ambushed. Speaking of ambush, we could be seeing another one here with AG Global sniffing out Hua Esports.
It was the other way around. Tan was screaming, help! The four players running at me, dude. I can't run away. Goodness me. That was so fun to watch. Buriram. So unfortunate. I guess we've got another massive round waiting for us in the next one. And there's a huge opportunity for RRQ in this game. But Hua Esports, unfortunate up against AG. AG gets an easy one off of them. But Shin with the instant revival. Yan Bin down. Hua Esports just missing the mark each and every single time here. There is a reversal coming through from Poppy as Dew finds the snipe through the crack. That is just an insane shot to nail.
Oh, Hua really needs these points. They can't afford to go down here. Now, they still have Death. Oh, Vamos actually getting eliminated. So, our second team to be eliminated. But yeah, so we still have one player left. Shin was there, but they're not out of the picture as of yet. So, the team's going to revive somewhere. But already, AG Global picking up all of those eliminations. 4 eliminations to start. This is a team that's also really trying to gun for a booyah today if possible. And actually, Falcons running into Indo Stars here.
Oh my, not again. In the stars. And remember what these boys, along with the rest of the Indonesians think. It doesn't matter if you don't get the booyah as long as we shut down Falcons. But 2 players down on the ground. All they can do is eat dust. Liam trying to get the job done up against On Fire, but has to grapple hook straight into the Lion's Den. And the portal go beams him to safety. But here comes that chase. And in the stars, down and out. Falcon says no more. They are back in play.
Are we on Kalahari? Because we already have 3 teams eliminated from the competition. We don't normally see this many skirmishes happening within the first 5 minutes of Kalahari. A map that's so big. Look at Folky. One more beautiful shot. Immediate down.
Yeah, I mean, the players are just trying to say like, no, AJ, stop asking for like more adjustments to the meta. We like this pace. We'll give you the action. Thank you very much for giving me the action. Peter finds one, but it's his own friend behind the glue wall. A little unfortunate, but it happens to the best of us. Spoon God, Drogon, first shot finds the connection. Ice Grenade will find those connections, but doesn't really tickle the players on the other side of it just yet. Attack all around going up against Falcons, and Falcons on that long flank from that left-hand side. Can't find anyone just yet, and a Riptide Rhythm will nail all of those glue walls, but Falcons not looking super aggressive just yet.
Yeah, really awkward stalemate for both sides, right? We didn't really see any potential downs, no decisive knocks, and keep in mind, one more wasn't even there with the team. He's actually sniping from a distance, so the fact that they've got that support there, I think this is just a really good decision. Don't even bother engaging into Falcons here, just leave.
Yeah.
And if they try to chase you, you know where they're going to come from.
Yeah, attack all around, backs away.
I like
Falcons
this play, very smart.
thinking twice if or not they want to go in for the hunt. They do use their R1. They scan out attack all around. But, and they get the circle. Falcons are like, oh, thank you for rotating away from our circle. Now we get to gatekeep you.
Oh boy. Mistakes were made, but sometimes you just don't get the right predictions. Just another game of Free Fire. If only we knew where the circles are going to be a little bit sooner. But we have a substitution, AJ. So, Afik substitution.
Yeah, Afik is in. Too Fast is out. Too Fast is going to be captaining the squad from the sidelines. And let's see what that brings to the squad. Axel is definitely a great in-game leader as well. Super nice kid. I really hope and wish them success, but it's super difficult on a level like this. Southeast Asia, once again, is just not an easy region to find a little bit of dominance, especially from Malaysia. Malaysia's not really been well known for the dominance in Free Fire.
As of late, that might
But,
change one day. It might
We've said that about Vietnam at one point as well. And look at Vietnam now.
That's why I give everyone a chance to say, like, okay,
Yeah.
this might not be the year, so I guess next year might be the year. Maybe next month is the year. You don't know when the year is going to be. Just let the players
next
bloom
month
when
is
they're
not the
ready.
year.
Every player
Next
is
month
like
is
a
still
flower.
this year.
Just work with me, okay? Let's go on.
Okay, sorry.
So-
My bad.
Oh boy. Now, Todak, because we were speaking about the Malaysian teams, if they get picked off by RRQ, this is a clear mistake because let's be real, okay? I think most people know RRQ is sitting on Refinery, so just to run around Refinery like this, a very, very dangerous play.
How many FGL shots does it take to take down one glue wall? Answer 3. That is too many.
How many would you like them to be, sir?
Just one. Just one.
Okay.
Make it the mini Riptide Rhythm. I was actually going to dub it the mini Riptide Rhythm, but it's just way too weak to be dubbed that just yet. But now that the mods have heard me say this, I think they're going to buff it the next season.
We will have to see if AJ ends up being the predictor of updates and patches and all of those different kinds of changes.
I'm sure they're listening. I'm very sure they're listening. Every time we have complained about something, they have brought the update in. Those patches have been absolutely insane. And I love how it has worked these past few.
Okay, you be careful with that power because I'm very certain
Why?
you're going to start getting people DMing you saying, hey, can you request this change to the game, please?
I don't reply DMs.
Oh boy. All right. I mean,
My
that's probably for
manager
your
does.
safety.
Too bad.
Your poor manager.
Expand is looking to shut down yet another Malaysian squad. This time it's Toda. And they do have to shut them down because at the moment, Toda's doing better than them within the day. And you know Malaysians can't have that. It's a joke. I'm Malaysian as well. I'm allowed to make such jokes.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I wish the teams knew who they were chasing, right? Like, we know nobody knows who they're chasing. For all we know, maybe they just share a similar pathing. Like, maybe they just think the same when they're trying to path calamari. I mean, I think sometimes I feel like that is the case a lot of times when you see regions cannibalizing on one another. Now, speaking of cannibalizing, Hua Esports running into AG, and actually AG not looking too happy. They're a stop, looking a little bit too low, and only 3 players are here.
Shin going in for that right-hand side flank. Hasn't spotted out a player just yet, but Death is there with the M82B. Finds one connection, but he is found as well with a bullet. With a sliver of health, manages to back away. So he's going to stay alive for the time being. Shin, perhaps a few steps too many. With the M1014 in hand, he's forced to run away. And now Cypher out in the open. Gets stopped halfway through with a mini Uzi. This is just insane as AG Global now needs to rethink this decision.
Yeah, AG, look at Caramel. He's actually in such a defensive position. He's saying, yeah, guys, we need to get out. This is really bad. But he's in the blue zone. He's got no health as well. He is slowly healing, but Hua Esports successfully chasing away AG Global.
Yeah, outside the circle now. AG Global going to be biting a little bit of the blue, and I don't think it is fun to bite into at this point. It's like biting into a cardamom when you're eating biryani. It's not fun.
Yeah, bit too bitter.
A
Attack.
little bit.
Attack all round. They're being gatekept by Falcons. Now, Falcons, if they can eliminate attack all round, this will be huge. But unfortunately, no big connections. So now they've got attack all round on their heels.
Attack all around though. Still do have the numbers advantage. Falcons. Up to the top, boy! This got skill!
Oh my gosh!
And what a good glue, solid glue wall from attack all around. And they barricade themselves. They barricade Falcons up on top. And they say hasta la vista, but they can't get anywhere just yet. The blue damaging both of these teams at the same time. Thailand preying on Thailand. Who gets to walk away from this one? Peter desperately needs to be brought back into this engagement as well. He could have been a super asset in this fight. On fire. Drogon in hand. Finds a player. Can't run away anywhere. And Folky down.
Folky down and on fire is going to have to try and figure out how to get out as well because he's stuck within all of those blue walls. But Cause Q going down, but also getting the snipes there onto Limit. Limit does manage to pick himself back up though. And one more, he's been caught.
What? Attack all around, turning things around, and it looks like On Fire Endgang might just regret this engagement. One more now.
No, one more.
He has got a solid snipe in his hands. Portal go, I don't think he has. Tries to fight the players away. Poon God, Drogon from up top, but we'll catch up with them. Falcons eliminated anyway, so we don't even need to watch that. AG Global, 5 eliminations up. And Expand finally trying to put down yet another Malaysian squad. 5 eliminations up. And Toda not in a good spot at all. Archap says, eat my grenade. And and he finds someone else instead with a P90 and no problems with the Trogon in hand. Ata backed up as well with the Cassie. Beautiful stuff coming through from Expand, and they're just mowing down the Toda players.
Mow down all the players, now up to 7 eliminations. Expand showing some real signs of life, especially with how things went with that engagement. Now, Todak is not out. They still have traps, but this is a lot to ask for a singular player. He is within a safe compound by himself. No players are around him. Attack all round are gone.
Yeah, attack all around out already, but our RQ's just sitting down, watching and laughing. They say, ha, thank you very much. They leave the rest of the heavy picking for us. GOW, 5 eliminations up. And it looks like they are going to come across the pathway of RRQ in a little bit. Either way, Portal goes straight inside towards the right-hand side. And it looks like they've beamed themselves towards the opposite side of the map.
Interesting decision to try and go for that play. Oh my. Oh, be careful, sirs. Be extremely careful. We still have 6 teams left within the competition, 23 players, and we are about to finish up this 4th circle, ticking on over to that 5th. So we're really running out of real estate for these teams, and they better find that place they want to sit in for this next circle, because teams outside the circle, Expand in particular, they are not within a safe zone. They need to get out of that blue.
They are so close to the vending machine, they could just buy Achap right back in. The guy just got shut down by RRQ, and RRQ in the wrong place, wrong time. GOW of all teams. And Expand, they want the revenge, and they move on in to shut down RRQ as well. And this is the part where the Malaysians can really make a name for themselves, but Afe could not make it through. He gets shut down, making a sliver of health left on him. We have no idea who's shutting down Expand one after the other, but that was the perfect position to be in to stop the Malaysians.
Oh, that could have been a perfect opportunity as well to get rid of RRQ, but Expand just didn't land those big shots. Yeah, PE Esports got to bide their time. Hua Esports actually running into AG Global instead. So as we see a bit of a standoff towards the southern side, we've got another standoff in that northern side.
Yeah, great response by PE Sports, because Expand was the first one to take that shot up against them, but RRQ now moving on in to shut down the players of Expand. Axel down and outed already, but Ma'al and Dutz, they've been traded out. Can they be picked up? Razor, a sliver of health left on him, and down on the ground as well. Abe with Mission Impossible on him right here, right now, outside the circle to patch himself right back up. Does not go for the pickup onto Ma'al nor Razor. Abe is going to just try to play game of survival. Picks up the loot of the rest of his team members instead. Right behind GOW and PE Sports, Vietnam is going to be a strong wall to cross over for RRQ, and Abe just could not get past them.
The circle just too powerful. Now here we go. God of Wolf going into that circle from the southern side. But look at this. AG Global and Hua Esports heavily damaged as both of these teams knee deep in blood and bullets, trying to get the pickoffs here. But AG Global might be the ones to go down, and Hua Esports might be the victors because of God of Wolf.
Yeah, this is what we have been talking about time and time again. Kalahari, dominance of Indonesia, not anymore. Look at what we've got in here, baby. It is just Vietnam all around. GOW 6 elimination strong, looking for that booyah here. PE Sports with a comeback gameplay as well. Grenade melters. The glue wall melters up ahead, trying to shut down the players of GOW, taking down the defenses one after the other, and the side effects of that is taking down the defenses of Hua Esports and AG Global from the back. AG Global successful shutdown onto Hua, but that only leaves them with Dew surviving.
Dew on that low ground, and PE Esports trying to get rid of God of Wolf on that high ground. I think for Dew, play it safe, right? Don't show yourself. Don't make yourself a target. Let the other two teams pick themselves off. If you want to go for those cheeky headshots, go for the easy pickings. Don't go for the very ambitious headshots.
Both GOW and PE, this is a crucial game for them. PE is trying to break into the top 12. GOW holds the 12th spot. And with both of them in this final circle, decent number of eliminations on their side, we are going to be at a little bit of a standstill here with the points. And obviously, EVOS is going to be sacrificed by the end of the day if PE and GOW can keep this up. Dew still alive. Circle moving super slow, by the way. I'm starting to yawn. But Dew will not have a lot of luck on him, as both the Vietnamese squad are looking straight at him.
Both Vietnamese squads. I think the Vietnamese squads are looking at each other. They're just saying, we don't care about Dew. It's just one man. We're trying to get rid of this other team that's sitting on that watchtower. Now, God of Wolf, they've got to start moving. It's crossing the watchtower.
And this is going to turn out into all-out chaos shortly. PE Sports just preparing for that. Don't cry. Drogon in hand. GOW slowly making their approach. He finds one player. At the end, gets tagged up from the back. And what a tight composition by PE Sports, sticking together. And it will be the time turner that saves them a lot of that damage sustained. And PE absolutely taking the fight to the players of GOW. Tan on the ground. Wang An chasing after Dude. Q still surviving through all of this chaos. How is he even doing it?
He's not shooting. He's just trying to dodge as much as he can. He's outside the blue zone. He needs to get in, but there's so many blue walls blocking him. He's there with PE Sports. Down though from God of Wolf. He's hiding. He's outside the blue zone. Jude needs to survive. He's not trying to shoot. He goes down. Oh, PE Sports. Looks like they don't win though. God of Wolf out surviving Dew. That could have been second place there for AG, but just the blue zone doing too much for Dew.
PE Sports, their first booyah on one of the maps they absolutely crashed out on. They were the second last when it comes to the comparison between groups A and B on Kalahari. They were the 11th ranked team, and the 11th team just got into that final circle and pulled off a super booyah. And obviously the eliminations department may not have been as bright as when Buriram gets a little crazy out there. But for PE Sports, a team that has been struggling to find the top 12, this is a massive game for them.
Massive patient game, right? Because we saw right before that final circle made that move, both teams, I think everybody basically just decided, guys, we wait, we don't pull the trigger until we have to. So when the circle got a little bit too small, we started to see those walls of glue walls. Teams just trying to have to play on top of those, on top of the glue walls, trying to get those shots down. PE Sports, I love that patience-ness, because they could have, if they wanted to, tried to go for God of Wolf before the circle move, but they decided we have the central advantage. They have to come down anyway. We'll let them come to us.
I mean, true enough, right? It was a very smart tactical play from PE Sports. GOW, on the other hand, they had the high ground advantage, but they couldn't stand up because, of course, their head pokes out, you get headshotted, and then it's an instant down for you. But it wasn't like it was a easy pathway into that final circle for both of these Vietnamese squads. So really, you know, huge props to both PE as well as GOW to survive the onslaught, especially of the Thailand squads, as they were bringing in AG, Hua Esports, and Hua tried their very best to stay alive towards the very end. But AG Global, Dew especially, with the monstrous survival gameplay, I don't even know how he did that.
Play it like a ninja. Safe, quiet, you don't pull out your gun, you just sit there and you run. And people just assume, wait, who's this guy?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Dew's done this thousands of times, not just in competitive play, but also just in his pub. So the fact that you can see how he moves in these fights, like he is so good at trying to find those places where people are not going to be, where he's going to be able to buy and basically waste the opponent's time. So just a testament to how Dew understands how to play that late game. It was just unfortunate for him, Dian was in a better spot where PE Sports weren't looking. They kind of just didn't even know he was there to begin with.
And it looks like we can officially now announce that Indonesia no longer dominates Kalahari. Vietnam has taken over. Thailand has taken over. Indonesia will have to find a different map for themselves to find a little bit of dominance on, because this one, it was just a total no-go. I was hoping for RRQ to bring out a miracle play here. Still didn't happen.
Yeah. So I do believe we're getting ready for our interview session, and I actually think it is ready. So let's see what our winners have to say after securing that wonderful
interview after the match. Hi everybody, it's your MC. I'm Yunsul, and congratulations on our very first booyah of PE Sports. Right next to me is PE Sports Bảnh. Xin chúc mừng bạn Bảnh, các bạn đã rất là xuất sắc cho bạn đã được booyah. Và vâng ạ, xin chào PE Sports Bảnh. Bạn có thể chào các bạn khán giả trước được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn nha.
Rất là cool ngầu, rất là very cool, right? So our first questions, you have been stayed outside for a pretty long time. So now this is your comeback. How do you feel right now? Is it intense for you or do you feel scared? Thì Bảnh đã ngồi đằng sau đội tuyển của mình cũng khá là lâu rồi để theo dõi đồng đội của mình, và bây giờ khi mà Bảnh được quay trở lại với đấu trường thì Bảnh có thấy nó khắc nghiệt hay là gọi là cái không khí nó nặng nề hay không ạ?
Mình cảm thấy nó bình thường thôi. Bình thường thôi.
Bình thường không?
Rất là câu trả lời rất là tự tin. I feel really normal, a very confident answer, right, everybody? So again, welcome back to the game. So at the end of combat, there were 3 teams, and how would you guys manage that very intensified match like that? Since it's kind of hard for both of the team. Thì đầu tiên là chúc mừng các bạn đã quay trở lại với cuộc chơi. Tại vì PE Sports đã có một cái màn thi đấu cực kỳ xuất sắc ở trong cái trận đấu vừa rồi. Thì ở cái pha combat cuối cùng các bạn mình thấy là mọi người đã phải chờ rất là lâu, phải rất là kiên nhẫn để có thể phối hợp với nhau tạo ra một cái màn combat mỹ mãn như vậy. Thì không biết lúc đó là anh em giao tiếp nó có bị dễ hỗn loạn hay không ạ?
Anh em tôi không hỗn loạn tí nào hết.
Không hỗn loạn tí nào hết.
Cứ từ từ bắn lấy top 1 rồi.
Cứ từ từ bắn. Vậy thì không biết là trong cái pha giao tranh đó thì ai là người kho chính của cả đội để có thể dẫn dắt cả đội mình không ạ?
Mình là người côn chính.
Ghê vậy sao? So as he said, we communicate with each other very, very calmly. There's nothing to rush, nothing to worry about. We just communicate like normal, and then we fight, and then that's how we get the booyah. And Bắn is the main color of the team. Really cool, right? So about Nero, can you tell us specifically what happened to Nero and overall of the team? Thì cho Yusu hỏi một chút về Nero. Thì không biết là hiện tại là bạn đang có những cái khó khăn nào mà đội tuyển mình đang mắc phải vậy ạ?
Chắc là Nero đang hơi bị mất phương hướng.
Mất phương hướng?
Mất phương hướng.
Mất phương hướng về cái gì vậy ta?
Là kiểu vào trong những trận đấu đang hơi rén.
Hơi rén. Thế là Bảnh là phải ra hỗ trợ cho game của mình ngay lập tức. So about Nero, as Bảnh think like Nero is kind of anxious in the match. He feel not really confident, but I think with Bảnh like being the leader of the team, everything will get back on the track. Then thì Yusu xin được chúc mừng PE Sports một lần nữa là các bạn đã quay trở lại cuộc chơi rồi, những nhà vua của chúng ta. Và Yusu sẽ chúc các bạn sẽ giành được booyah ở trong trận đấu 2 trận đấu tiếp theo nhé. Cố gắng lên nha mọi người. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Now let's head back to the caster and see you guys in the next 2 games.
PE Sports looking pretty snazzy, and not just the interview, but also that previous round. Look, PE
I
Sports.
thought the glasses, but what? Yeah, whatever.
The glasses were cool. I think they could have been a little bit more snazzy. But I think most importantly is just the focus on PE Sports, because I think this is a team that both of us and anyone else that's really followed the Free Fire scene, we have a lot of expectations for this team, especially after the Esports World Cup. We know they can perform. We know what they're capable of. It was just a matter of when is it going to happen? Like, when are they going to show their true potential? I don't think we've seen their true potential yet. I think they're still also trying to figure out their sort of run in the tournament, because they are playing against some newer teams as well. But do we think they're on the right path to sort of being back at that same form as the Esports World Cup?
I mean, I'll call them the jack in the box. You have no idea exactly when it's going to spring out. That's exactly
like Pandora's box.
Yeah. And it's just PE Sports doing PE Sports stuff. They're not the hardest hitters. They're not the most consistent team out there. But when you give them 6 solid games and you push their backs up against the wall, they do know how to find their way out, and they do know how to fight back. And that's exactly what we saw at the grand finals for FFWS SEA Spring. That's exactly what we saw at EWC as well. And we can bet on them for those surprising moves. In terms of consistency, obviously, something's off. And like what we just heard from the squad, right? Nero seems to be a little nervous getting into these matches, which is a little bit surprising, because in the past he was absolutely fine.
I kind of wonder what changed to make you sort of feel that way, because you would have think that some of the bigger tournaments would have made you kind of feel that way, not this. So I wonder if it's maybe like an internal team dynamic, or maybe like they're trying something new with their team formation. We don't really
Maybe he broke up.
Okay. Sure.
It's just a theory, because what else is gonna make you so nervous, right? Maybe because your lucky charm was your ex, and now your ex is just not in your life anymore.
I wish we had that personal information. I think that would be a really nice bit of information for us.
That was like, wait a minute, AJ.
Yes. I'm kind of wondering, and this is just a bit of a theory as well, maybe they're feeling nervous because, like everyone, including us, after seeing EWC, we have this expectation on the team now. And now they're kind of freaking out, saying like, hey, everyone's kind of looking at us, this is freaking us out. Because they're probably not used to having so many eyeballs on their team.
Let me calm them down right now. We have zero expectations, PE Sports. Just go out there and do your thing. We just want to see Vietnam have some good fun. Speaking of good fun, the key players out here who had a lot of fun, and obviously the damage Dew brought into the matchup was not fun for the rest of the teams to deal with, but he was a super survivor. 10 headshots out of Poongod, the player that obviously ran into the final circle very aggressively, and of course 20 glue walls shut down by On Fire.
I mean, Falcons had to play through an entire just army of glue walls to even make it to where they were. But I think most importantly, most impressed with Dew for this round. Like, unfortunate, right? He was so close to just getting that second place. It was just, I think in his case, maybe wrong place, wrong time. Like, he would have loved to have swapped places with Dian in that final circle. But you know what? It kind of doesn't matter because AG, because they had 12 eliminations, they're still going to be in second place. So they could have gotten one more point. But I guess for them, they're just sort of happy with how things are. But at the same time, they tied with PE Sports. PE Sports only got 20 points because they also weren't sitting on too many eliminations themselves.
And look at where we are on the overall leaderboard. PE Sports still on 13th, but they are 3 points away from EVOS Divine. EVOS Divine is not playing in here today, so PE Sports, all they need to do is just keep this up, and they're going to break into the top 12. But obviously, what I was hoping for was for them to break in to the top 12 and stay there. That may not be super possible based on how things are going, since EVOS will have the 6 games to catch up with them, and kicking PE Sports down to the bottom 6. It's not so impossible.
It's not impossible, but I think, again, I keep recycling the same phrase, but I think it's just important to keep bringing up, can these teams get those points? Because the bottom feeders, they struggle to get points as is. Like, on average, they're probably getting single digits, and it's not uncommon for these teams down bottom as well to only end around with like 1, 2, 3, sometimes even 0 points because they just get taken out so soon. So it's just how can they get those points? We'll let them sort of figure that out because we are going to go for a quick break before we jump into game number 5. So if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes for match number 5.
Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Raju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้
will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, category, Alpine, category, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion? Vietnam,
Thailand,
no, Indonesia and Malaysia. Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Muted, Danny.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Well, we're going to start this again. Welcome back to the broadcast and also my voice as well. We have 2 more games left today before we close things out for our teams in our groupings. And this also means this is the last play day for teams in Group A because they've played their first set of games yesterday. Today's their final play day. And then after that, they'll have to sit on the sidelines and witness our final 2 groups wrap up their final 6 rounds tomorrow to see where they're going to end up on that leaderboard. Because for teams in Group A, things look good because you're basically 6 games ahead of everybody else. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you can't be feeling too safe. You need to play cautiously, grab those points where you can, especially for our teams struggling to pick up those points.
Yeah, and many of the teams from Group A are doing exactly that. Teams like Buriram Attack All Around, AG Global, NP Esports, picking up those solid points. And obviously RRQ just outdoing all of them. Of course, leading Buriram by 1 point. This close skirmish, this close chase between the 2 of these teams will continue down to the very final game. We've got 2 more games to go. Which one will triumph? Would it be Buriram or will it be RRQ? Because they desperately need to cut down the points between them and Buriram. We started off with 97 between them and now we're at 107. Things are getting worse.
Things are getting worse. I kind of want to bring up Attack All Round. I kind of think there's a good chance that this team could actually overtake both of the top 2 dogs in our last 2 rounds because they have actually competed very consistently today, right? They're only 7 to 8 points away from being able to swipe away that first and second place for total points accumulated. And is this maybe the day that they can maybe be the team to look out for? Because they haven't really been the team. They've definitely been a threat, but they're not the alpha top predator on the food chain. They're sort of just being side-eyed by a lot of the middle of the pack teams.
Yeah, just like how I make mathematical equation mistakes on broadcast, like I just did. There's a 1 point difference and I said that, you know, it's a 10 point difference now. That does not math in any way. My mathematics teacher is at this point of time sitting down in her room crying for ever teaching me mathematics. But that being said, it's the same for all of the pro teams out there, right? They really think that they can go out there, do some, you know, crazy shenanigans and then they bomb out a little bit too early, like what we saw Buriram kind of pull off there. So if you are leading the overall leaderboard and you can still mess up, you can still make mistakes, then obviously nobody else out there is going to be more perfect than you, right? Teams can try, but obviously nobody has managed to prove that they are perfect. They will have a couple of times, a couple of matches, a couple of days where they really do sink to the bottom. Like Indostars yesterday, I mean, there's just no way we expected that sort of performance from them, but that's exactly what we got. So as we set up this next map, it is going to be of utmost importance we see who are the dominators. We've got Buriram, AG Global, as well as Falcons dominating this map. Yes, I do understand you see, Twisted Minds and WAG, but once again, this has been something that has been going on for 3 weeks. These two are not here, but Buriram, AG, Falcons, these three teams are definitely here. RRQ has got a booyah on Nextera as well, so we have to count them in. Attack All Around is the 5th place team. PE Esports is right behind them. Yeah, okay, one more time, one more game. There's no way we can tell who's going to win it.
I kind of like coming into these rounds and thinking like it's definitely not going to be a very conventional round. I do think we are going to be seeing some really crazy booyahs today, and I kind of feel like we're not going to be seeing one of our top 3 teams get the booyah here. I kind of think it is going to be 4th, 5th, maybe even 6th. We kind of don't know what the situation is because we've had some unconventional booyahs today, and I kind of wonder if it's a case of the teams towards the bottom, the middle of the bracket, picking up on our top dogs, or if it's the top dogs maybe just slacking a little bit because we're halfway through the season.
Yeah, I don't think the top dogs are slacking. I think those at the bottom are picking up some good slack, and they have been able to prove themselves out there on the battlefield. Like we've talked about, right? We expected a very top-heavy leaderboard on each and every single match. We are getting that, but the surprising thing is the teams at the bottom are teams like Buriram sometimes, RRQ sometimes. So it's just really out there. Even like it's a blank slate. We start again, says RRQ. I want to see them walk away with a booyah because I was expecting to see them strong on Kalahari. We didn't get that, so maybe Nextera then Indonesia.
Could be Nextera, bump up their stats, so it's like, oh wait a minute, this is not a 4th, 5th place team. This is actually a top 3 team for Nextera. You never really know. I want to see where everyone drops in particular. If anyone's going to be trying to go for those nasty little hot drops, if it's going to be another very greedy round for some of these teams. We've seen surprisingly, a lot of teams really going for that very greedy split where you've got 3 or 3, even 4 players splitting away from the rest of the roster trying to loot. They're also doing it at the same time to potentially scout for nearby teams. I can see why they try to do it, but it's still so risky. If you lose 3 players, sometimes it's very possible your entire roster just runs into teams and that's it.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. That is a true disaster. Speaking of true disaster, let's see who takes the early hot drops in this map of Nextera. As Falcons goes in for the drop towards Mortar Ruins, they are going to stay away from a lot of the heavy engagements. But between PE Esports and AG Global, there might be a problem. GOW takes the hot drop up against RRQ here at Zipway, so the Indonesians want to start things off hot.
Try and get rid of those wolves if possible. But so far, Demon, first player to go down on the side of God of Wolf, and down on the high ground, very low himself. And maybe this play for RRQ potentially going to work out really well for this team.
Oh my, Dian thought he could get away from that troublesome situation. He had the pocket market in hand, but he got dropped halfway through. Ton on the ground as well. This is not looking good for GOW. I do not see a revival coming through as well. And it means that they are going to survive for a while.
They had 1 player manage to get out. Todak, though, hello. Going to go for a bit of a scout. Maybe going to lose their life. No, we got 2 players flying in for Todak, so Noki. He's going to spot this out for the team, but are they just going to feed away these KOs? Oh my gosh, RQ! Razor is down, Chimeg is down, Abe is down, what is happening?
Well, this is the kind of surprise we are expecting out there on the battlefield. Toda with a massive explosive start here. RRQ looking for that recovery. Does 600 coins in the pocket, and he's got the pocket market as well. So the revival isn't impossible. But he needs to patch himself right back up first. Noki not taking advantage of the situation.
Actually, they need Vamos. Vamos has to come in and save the day for RRQ because so far they've taken out 1 player. Wings on the high ground are spotting out the rest of the Vamos squad. So, Todak, if you want to try and get Dutz here, you are revealing the rest of your team to Vamos. And look at this, Trap's not looking too happy.
Oh, beautiful sidestep by Dutz. And Noki knocked down. But Traps follows up. And I am not too sure why we did not see a recovery process coming through from RRQ here, but it's unfortunate. And they're going to get taken out here. Vamos pushing on in, and Toda's going to be the one who sacrificed, just like RRQ. If Vamos can find his execution perfectly. Wrap around from Katizi, that's a big one. Spots out traps, easy one. McRory follows up from the back as well, and just as easy as Toda kicked out RRQ, Vamos wiping the floor with them.
This is insane as well, because it was supposed to be a strong opening for RRQ, but the team, I don't know how they got picked off one by one. Like, the entire team just saw bodies hitting the floor, and unfortunately with positioning, Dutz wasn't able to get a clear exit. Now it's going to be Vamos trying to jump onto Indostars, who are on the low ground, plenty of compounds to work with, so no real clear headshots here for Vamos. So it might be a slow and steady push, with Liam actually scouting in the back lines here for Indostars, spotting out attack all round.
You can see Vamos very, very confident with that Cassie teamwork there. Just pushing on in for those engagements out in the open. But Indostars gonna get caught out by attack all around, who have got a double flank here. But we turn outside. So once again, why esports? I'm like, what is going on with these two?
I don't know how they do
This
it. They're
is like
just
the fourth time.
constantly spotting each other out. Maybe this is just going to be something similar to what we saw from...
I hate it.
You hate it.
Because of their logos, I get so confused.
True. Fair point.
That's the only reason why I hate it. It's such a pathetic reason to be hating on a fight.
Okay, it's only a caster issue because the teams don't get to see the logos. They just see their own logos, okay? So it's just a
And also, I want Hua Esports to survive. I mean, they've been on this downward slump, and AG is so good. They're literally third on the overall leaderboard. So give me a break. Give Hua Esports a break. Go away, AG.
Oh boy, AG. Are they going in for the bait though? I'm a little bit scared Far Esport is falling for a potential bait, but they're not going to. They're sticking around on that compound. So AG slowly slipping away. And I think this is just going to be a bit of a peace treaty between these two teams. I don't think they want to go for the commitment.
Yeah, I mean, AG is super dangerous. They've got this place flanked out already. Hua Esports! Not in the right place, not at the right time. Due with the long-range snipe, but death instantly brought right back in. Couldn't be dead for too long. Shin will find Dew as well, and that's a great elimination, but Cypher brings him right back. A 1-for-1 trade between Hua as well as AG, and AG sweeping in for the finisher.
Oh, this is terrible because that elimination onto death was basically the go sign for AG to go in because they knew they were going to have that numbers advantage. Shin all on his own. They do have death flying in, but I think if death, you got to leave. You do not want to be going in here at all. Shin going to try and create some space to make sure that the team doesn't get caught. But look in the back lines though. We do see expand and look at all this noise being made. I hope AG Global are ready for this.
Ooh, Portal Go, and AG Global says, hello, my friend. Do you want to play good? Do double glue balls here. Time turner. Mikit goes in for the sprays, and a sidestep coming on through. The Portal Go will save the boys' lives for the time being. Axel with a connection from afar. M82B finding the player, and Mikit goes in for the rush. They want to shut down AG Global right here, right now, but another Portal Go, and beams themselves right out of there. AG Global with the survival run.
Man, AG Global really injured after that chase, but thankfully they were able to sort of spread out. But oh my gosh, the elimination. Second team taken out of the competition so early as well.
For esports, it looks like the struggle is real and the slip from greatness continues. But GOW 36 points behind Hua. Obviously not going to catch up anytime soon, so Hua can still stay in the top 12, even though they've messed up their run for the day.
I don't know. GOW, this is a team that can be like so hot and cold. I think just give GOW one good day, and if you get another flunk day from Hua, that gap is going to mean nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah. Granted, Hua has got another day of play tomorrow, so I mean, climbing back up isn't going to be a that big of a problem. And in the grand scheme of things, we've got 43 points picked up today. Okay, maybe I'm being too hard on them.
Oh, Uncle AJ.
Why Esports still has got a chance here? So let's go, baby. Let's go.
I have to give him a shot. I mean, they have to be fair, right? Tomorrow's grouping, it's not an easy grouping again, as much as I would love to think that's the case. It's the Indonesian group of death as we saw last week. Really crazy grouping, actually. I'm really interested to see what happens tomorrow. If it's going to be the same thing where it's just Indonesian domination, or if we do start to see some of these other regions sort of pick up on what happened on last week, do their homework and figure out like what was it that made the Indonesians so strong in that particular grouping. Speaking of strong teams though, got Boyram on the screen just sort of moving together as a unit. And at the moment, we're not really seeing anyone within their path. So more or less just a really clean game for this team.
Absolutely. And 0 eliminations. That makes Buriram a very dangerous squad right now. Just looting up compound after compound, picking up those solid glue walls as well as medkits, putting all of those coins in their pockets. And AG, on the other hand, is going to be losing stop. It's like how they lost that fence there or defense. And unfortunately, Stop will not be able to run away from them. Toda finds their 5th elimination.
5th elimination, maybe another sign of life for Todak. This team got so close to getting a booyah. I think this will be another really good opportunity for Todak to potentially take the booyah off of this map. Very unexpected, but oh, look at this though. Vamos running right into PE Sports. Got the easy. I hope he's ready for this.
I may be wrong here, but Vamos has been struggling throughout the whole day.
They have.
And if this engagement up against PE goes wrong, Vamos is going to be very bitter. They've only picked up 7 points from 4 games. And yeah, PE Sports is not one you want to mess with. And I mean, if you're Vamos, you don't want to mess with literally anyone. You just want to find some way to get into the final circle.
Yeah, it's a really tough place to be in because when you're considered one of the bottom teams, like who do you feed on, right? Who can you potentially try and get points off of? It's just a real struggle. And actually, Folky being caught out by Ramiel. Hello.
He finishes it off, and it's Vamos going in for the shutdown on attack all around. Oh, surprise, surprise, baby. Jun with the connection, but a good solid glue wall will protect Limit for the time being. That's why you got to pick up that enemy 82B, and Vamos does not go in for the super hunt. They'll hang back for the time being, allowing attack all around to get away.
I think I agree with this play. Don't walk into your opponent if you're not going to be sufficiently covered. But that's a really great pick-off, though. I think that's what Vamos really need. Even if it's just those really small pick-offs, every elimination counts. Now, positioning-wise, they are in a really good spot to take out Falcons. Falcons actually just coming in there with the portal, go right into Vamos. And this might be really bad for Vamos. Oh, boy, I'm seeing bodies hit the floor. But actually, wait a minute. I think it's Vamos coming out on top.
Yeah, but Toda helping out Vamos from afar. This is insane. Vamos might just be able to overwhelm the players on the side of Falcons. Now from up top, Ramiel trying to get another shot sneaked on in, but one more manages to hop on up and say hasta la vista. McRory manages to get that finisher as well, but dropped from afar. Wang An aiming and shutting him down. AG Global 6 eliminations. Chaos breaking out here on the battlefield, but Vamos the biggest winners. This has been their best game thus far. They had 2 eliminations at most on their best map, and that was Purgatory, and ever since then they've been walking it with 0 or 1 elimination. So this is a very solid map for the Malaysians.
As we tick on over to that 10-minute mark as well, we are seeing teams starting to run out of real estate, and now the circle is going to really kick them in the gutter. They have to move into that safe zone as quick as possible. Now, the fact that AG and Expand sticking around, no one really comfortable to make that move. We do see Expand finally moving, but AG, I don't know how they're going to get into that circle. Falcons, they still have 1 player left on fire on the low ground fighting against Vamos, but he's been pushed out of the compound. I can't believe this is what's happened to Falcons. They run into Vamos and then Todak coming in with the backstab. Incredible.
Yeah, Expand has got a vending machine to play those revives on. And on fire, the final player from the side of Falcons, pushed away by Vamos of all squads, who have got 6 eliminations. They've got 7 points from 4 games. This is a great game for Vamos. They just need to lap this one up and build this momentum all the way to that final circle. But PE Sports going to be knocking on their doors shortly.
PE Sports knocking on their doors, or maybe it's Vamos knocking on PE Sports doors, because I think they're feeling really good about this game. You know, maybe this is the emotional boost that this team needed, considering that things have been really hard for them. Now, Attack All Round are on the offense against God of Wolf, but they haven't been able to get those headshots in, so God of Wolf able to hide in that compound below them, but Poon God looking to go for that backstab. Is this going to be successful? It'll be great if he can get 1 picked off here.
Expand with yet another revival, and they do manage to rip away a player from the side of AG Global. Speaking of AG, Caramel sneaking into this next circle. GOW2 distracted to shut him down. Attack all around, beaming them down from up top, tossing in those grenades as well. The FGL pulling its effect on the wall that you see right above. Limit is already trying to hold back the rest of the players from the side of GOW with that right-hand side flank, and Stop will use that opener to sneak on into the safe zone as well. Caramel, on the other hand, just stuck between all of this chaos.
Stuck between all the chaos, and I think God of Wolf, this might just be it. The team, their compound has been overrun. They have Attack All Round chasing after them as well. Oh, poor Isa doing their best to just try and hide and buy some time for this team. They still have one player remaining on the side of God of Wolf, but this is going to be an incredibly difficult late game for this team as attack all round. Looking for even more found. Stop! He does not get the one shot, but he gets the double tap! Oh, limit!
Beautiful play. AG Global out as well. Attack all around.
Wow.
10 eliminations up as they throw GOW out of the race as well. Expand. Toda still surviving. Vamos still in here. The Malaysians all alive. This is impressive.
This is impressive. This is insane. It's a potential comeback for the reason, for a particular region. Vamos, they've got to stick around, but Raymiel has down LBT on that side. It's really difficult to shoot up in that at that angle. I don't know how you're going to be able to sort of play around this as Vamos. I think you reposition. I don't think they're in a really good spot anymore. Lean, they're going down. 18 tier Indo Stars immediately picked up. They do have one more player left, but no! Straight away eliminated by Attack All Round, who are now sitting at 13 eliminations. They're outside the circle though. They've got to figure out how to get in safely because look who's dead center. It's Buriram.
And Buriram has been super clean. They haven't been getting into a lot of heavy engagements, unlike Attack all around. So you've got a lot of lethals, a lot of the utilities on the side of Buriram to give them the booyah by the end of this game. But being in the center also has got its downsides. Here comes Toda with those glue wall melters, melting down the defenses of Buriram, picking a big fight with the big dogs.
Picking a big fight with the big dogs, but look at how exposed they are. I think this is really what you have to do. Just hope someone sort of sticks their head up, maybe try and get that one tap, double tap. That'll be perfect for the team. But Todak, as much as I want to believe in them, this is not a team that I have a lot of faith in trying to go for those immediate critical shots. On the other side though, P Esports, they have lost Fang An on that low ground. Vamos still trying to break up onto that high ground, but P Esports glue wall, it's proving to be a bit of a task for this team to try and make it to that second floor.
Yeah, both PE as well as Toda.
So
much time here!
Oh my god!
Buriram! The first one in the middle, and we totally missed that engagement. I'm so salty about that, but unfortunate for Buriram. Attack all around might just rip this one away. But we still have got two Malaysian squads on this left-hand side here. I believe Expand might still be in this game as well. So this could just be the Malaysian game, but PE Sports trying to make it a Vietnamese one instead. And here comes Don't Cry and backstab by Noki as well. Bond spotted out. 7 going in for the finisher, but the glue wall maze keeps them all safe.
Keeps them all safe for now. They can't really break through. They're really playing with those crates though, so PE Sports causing a lot of issues here for Todak, who have to retreat and are actually going to borrow some glue walls that have been propped down onto the floor before. But Vamos fighting into Attack all round. McRory on the ground, jumped as well. Vamos, I think they took a fight that they really didn't want. Oh, Vamos, they are out. Attack all round, 16 eliminations, and they're just going to continue with this. They're going to get 18 after eliminating Vamos.
Yeah, valiant effort from Vamos, but Attack all around, just too much of pressure to deal with. But Toda still alive and kicking here, maybe to pull one back for the Malaysian region. They need to stay silent this time around to not pick a big fight just yet. PE Sports having to move on in LBT, the madman, runs straight into Attack all around and runs past them. Ban, on the other hand, could not catch up with his team member. LBT outside the circle. That's too easy. Toda interfering with the fight as well. Then backstab fails. Traps does find jump on. Here comes Spoon God as well, being hunted down by 2 players from the side of Toda. The first booyah for Malaysia, perhaps up against Attack all around. Pokey trying to survive. Riptide Rhythm drops the defenses. Noki with a shutdown. Malaysia with the first booyah through Toda.
Todak, this team, we have been waiting for our first booyah for the Malaysia region, and Todak have finally done it.
I thought it would never happen.
Look, I love how delayed the reaction was. Like, they were making sure the game was over before they celebrated. And I love that because I've seen some teams before, they celebrate a little bit too soon and disaster
Wait. The third guy, he just picked up a poster and he said, Yunsol, I'm collecting points for you.
What? No. Wrong region, my bro.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, he's not going to be interviewed by Yunsol. He's going to get Hajiyat.
Oh. Never mind, I'm not going to say.
That's a trade down. That's the trade down. That's what it is. Toda,
thank you,
just
sir.
making Malaysia proud. Then again, all 3 Malaysian teams are in the bottom 6, but this is the first booyah. So perhaps it is something that's going to change the fate of Toda. Because fun fact, Toda is currently placed 18 out of 18 teams. So this is a huge one for the 18th team.
And statistically, isn't today technically the best play day for Todak yet? Because they came second today, right? They had a round earlier today, but they came
No. Man, today's the best day for them to pick it up because it's Malaysian Independence Day.
Oh
It's
my
Merdeka,
God,
baby.
True. Okay, they got
It's Merdeka
they
Booyah.
got the
It's the Independence Booyah.
independence buff. Got it.
Yeah.
Understood.
Never knew it was a thing, but it is a thing right now.
It is a thing right now. I mean, we have to believe it now. The fact that this is the first booyah for the Malaysian region, I kind of want to know what Todak are going to say during their interview, because we haven't had a glimpse into any of the Malaysian teams' mindsets in interviews,
Yeah.
right? It's all been the other
Yeah.
regions. They've had plenty of time to speak, but Malaysia, they haven't had their opportunity to have their interviews. So I'm keen to know what Hajiat's going to ask Todak, right? Because we have a lot of questions, not just about Todak, but the Malaysian region in general.
Yeah, Malaysian Booyahs are so rare that we don't even have a host for Malaysia. It's so rare.
Okay, Hajiat's kind of our host.
Who?
What do you
Sorry,
mean
who?
who? What do you mean who? Hajiat is kind of our host. He is our representative. He's both. He's
He
a
is both, he is both.
multifaceted man.
Oh, goodness me. So, yeah, and yes, Neptune is right. Neptune is just sending in the chats here. He's right. Malaysians do have cue cards. They do have something to flash. It's just that we never saw it because no Malaysian team has ever picked up a booyah. But a great time to start. I mean, Day 8 is better than no other day. And of course, the best day of all, Malaysian Independence Day, for the Malaysians to finally show that they are in here to really make a change for themselves. I hope something different comes out of this booyah.
Well, I hope that this is not the only booyah that we're going to get for Malaysia, right? Because if you can only get it with the independence buff, then
we need to wait for next year.
Basically, I mean, at the same time, you have to pray the tournament lands on
Yeah.
Independence Day as well. So there's a lot of math that kind of has to happen back.
Too much math.
Too much math for us, obviously. But it looks like we are ready for our interview with Todak. So let's see what they have to say after securing Malaysia's first ever booyah here for Free Fire.
Sudah pasti ada yang menunggu. Kita akan interview wakil daripada pasukan Todak kita. Ayo kita pergi ke pasukan Todak. How are you?
Good.
Very good. Congrats on your game for today. You got the first booyah for the Malaysian team.
Yeah.
Alright, so one of my first question is, how is the positioning of your game today compared to the previous week? I can say that today is your day for Todak in terms of your firepower and mechanics.
Saya rasa kita orang kan banyak melakukan evaluasi.
Siap.
Jadi dan sudah melakukan riset dalam artian motivasinya kita bangkitkan lagi.
Oh.
Jadi kita tak mau kalah.
Terus?
Jadi saya rasa ya mulai minggu ni kita bolehlah berbuat lebih banyak.
Ya,
semoga.
itu. That's the first answer by one of the representative from Todak, on which they eventually, for the what they have studied from the previous week, they have to reset back in terms of their strategy, and end up they learn from the mistake. They learn from the tactical of the other teams. So because of the get of all the data and facts, end up this is what they gain for today. What's a good game indeed. Question number 2. What is your expectation for next week number 4?
Lebih better, lebih baik.
Wow.
Ya, jadi early-nya terkhususnya late game
Terus?
kita lebih objektif, terus pandai baca momen dan pandai memanfaatkan momen.
Yeah, I think the answer is very simple and short and simple. Basically, he said the most important is they want to make sure they strategize the whole thing and wait for the right moment, wait for the late game, and they will come in to rush in at a better place for the better ground. So, on my final question to you now. What you foresee Team Todak for the week number 4, number 5, number 6? Apakah anda lihat, boleh dikatakan untuk minggu seterusnya ada permainan agak lagi keren banget gitu atau masih lagi tetap begitu?
Mungkin lebih agresif, Bang.
Ya, gitu dong. Agresif terus ya.
Lebih agresif.
Keren terus ya.
Kita mau dikejar setoran.
Waduh, mantep ya. So basically the final question is basically the answer is basically their gameplay will be better than what is today. More firepower, better mechanics, and better rotation. So that is the final answer, and we are back finally for the final of all the questions. So congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Bang.
Alright.
Alright.
So back to Caster.
We traded out Hajiat for Shark. Sorry, guys.
No one told us, okay? We were totally out of the loop for this one. But pretty interesting interview, I think, with Todak. The fact that we're looking so far ahead of Todak. Because I was originally questioning, like, I think you kind of want to look at this last game before you think about week 4, right? Because it's still week 3. Got to figure out what's going to happen for this final map. And actually, the question everyone's asking, what is this final map?
Yeah, absolutely right. But granted, today was a great day for Toda. We've got one more game to go, and it is their best day of play in the past 8 days of the knockout stages. They've managed to pick up 58 points thus far. Fingers crossed they will be able to exceed 70 points. And I know that's a very low target if they're already on 58, but you know, this team has been a little bit up and down. So I think that's a decent enough target. If they can hit 70, I think it's a fantastic start for them.
Look, grab as many points as you can now, because the wider the gap is, the longer the tournament drives on.
I know,
that,
right?
you know, that gap, it determines whether you're even going to make it to top 12. I really think Todak have shown signs of life. I think this team is going to possibly make it to top 12, but they have such a steep climb, such a steep mountain, and look, they gotta put in more performances like today in the next couple of play days, because if they can do this for, I want to say 2-3 more play days, Todak are in. They are in.
Technically, they are in the 18th spot right now. They really need
now,
to, for
AJ.
sure, bring it out for at least 4 days, like you said, but in the most solid of ways. Pintu keluar ada dekat. The final one says the exit is on the right hand side, so please get out. So, any map coming. Okay, all right, that's interesting to know. This is a lot of confidence coming out of Toda. No, someone needs to give these boys the cue. Like, you know, we really flex when we get to flex. Some of these flexes don't make no sense.
Well, I'm a bit worried. Some
Cinta
of these
into
flexes
sementara,
they might be able to
Free
use for
Fire. Oh,
themselves.
the first one says, "Love is temporary, Free Fire is forever." I love that. I love that.
That's cute. That is cute. Someone that is absolutely dedicated to the game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's take a look at the eliminations here as well. A total of, what is this? 5, 7, 10, 13 eliminations. Wow. 13 eliminations from Toda. They only had 7 points from the past 4 games. And in this game alone, 13 from eliminations, 12 from the Booyah. It's a fantastic game for Booyah. For Toda. Very, very rare indeed.
It was their best. Their best so far. And obviously the dream is to make more of those happen. So Todak, I hope you're motivated, and I hope you know what this feeling feels like, because the dream is to feel it again. And maybe it's today, maybe it's week 4, we don't know, but feel that feeling again. Because once you taste victory, sometimes I feel like you give that taste of victory to somebody that hasn't tasted it before, and all of a sudden you unleash the beast, you know? Like the thing that's really made them that player, it's been hidden this whole time, it's out, it's bloodthirsty, they're shark mode, they're ready to stick their teeth into their opponent. So fingers crossed for Todak fans. That's a lot to ask for, because remember, it's like one game, but I like to be hopeful for teams that have seen a lot of hopelessness in the early stages of group stages like this.
Absolutely. Quite a number of teams have been staring at hopelessness in its face, dead in its eyes. Unfortunately for the rest of them, they can only dream of being like Toda. Jokes aside, Toda will have to bring in more consistency for their matches. One of the weakest teams in terms of finding placement points. And this is fantastic, because the weakest team in terms of finding placement points has just gotten the most placement points out of the game. But unfortunately for them, they do not get to outdo the phenomenal elimination and performance of Attack all around. Without the Booyah, still in number 1, 30 points solid from the Thai squad.
I know Attack all round wasn't the team that got the Booyah, but I did sort of think to myself, like, is this the next team that we kind of have to look out for?
Okay, wait. I see 2 Vamoses here on the 3rd spot and the 12th spot. Who was the first team that got eliminated? Yeah, I clearly am very bad at this.
It's okay, we'll figure it out a little bit later on. Might not be important anyway, so there's that. But look at what's happened with Todak. I know everyone's going to be looking at the top teams. Todak, 18th place. Yes, they haven't moved, but they're closing that gap between 18th, and I think the most important goal right now is to try to break into 17th, which is where Expand is right now.
And of course, in terms of catching up with Expand, it is not going to be impossible. 13 points away from their Malaysian brothers. And the biggest problem is if Expand chooses to have an explosive round, and most of the times where we do see Expand getting pretty explosive, it's up against the Malaysians themselves. Toda may be able to secure the Booyah, but they haven't really been able to secure a clean 4v4 fight up against Expand just yet. Perhaps when we find out what map we are heading into next, we get to see that skirmish. I'm crossing my fingers.
Well, what map are we kind of looking at for Todak, right? Like, do we just next Terra again? Is that really what they're aiming for? Is this really their signature map? Oh, we know maybe they just got lucky with their positioning. Some people might say lucky. But I want to know what Todak wants. Like, what map does Todak feel comfortable playing?
I don't know what map they're comfortable on.
I don't know. Everything's been hard. Everything is hard. We don't want any maps. We just want booyahs.
All maps have been challenging for Toda. So we'll take what we get. I don't care which map we head on into. I just want to see the Malaysians in that final circle once again. So props to Vamos for finding that final circle. Condolences to Expand for perishing too early. But of course, as we head into our map selector, we are going to go to none other than Alpine. Okay, this is interesting.
This is interesting because last we recall, Alpine was dominated by our top dogs. So we could be looking at a repeat here of just having Alpine be attack all round again, because this was the team that got the booyah here. But a lot of our top teams also love Alpine. So it's not a case of just attack all round, but it's Buriram, RRQ. Just so many teams are really great at Alpine.
Yeah, I mean, attack all around, yes, they did manage to get the Booyah, 31 points, but Buriram was right behind them earlier. 22 eliminations, 3 more than attack all around, but they only managed to get 30 points because 8 placement points. They could not sneak away that second spot because of, guess who? Toda. So there is a potential that Toda finds that final circle once again, and this time round makes something different from this, perhaps a back-to-back Booyah, because it's not like they were nowhere close to finding decent points earlier.
Yeah. Well, I think the goal for Todak, sure, maybe they don't get the booyah for the round, but just grab those points. I want to see this team be a little bit bloodthirsty, a little bit more aggressive, and try and pick up those eliminations, because if they can pick up eliminations, the supplementary points will really add up regardless of what placements they're going to be. It's just a case of, are they feeling confident about playing in such a way in this last game? Because basically it's the last chance for all these teams to get their points today.
Top 3 teams to look out for at Alpine will be Buriram Attack All Around as well as AG Global. But here's the weird thing. We need to sneak a spot for the 4th team, which is RRQ. And they are not too shabby on this map. They currently hold 3 Booyahs on Alpine, equaling Buriram's record, which is 3 Booyahs as well. Crazy stuff. This is going to be an explosive one to wrap the day up, and I'm looking forward to that.
How explosive is it going to be? Is it going to be a lovely little generous flight path, or are we going to be seeing something so far to the side that you'd be side-eyeing where these teams are going to be flying in? We'll find out in just a second here as we land into Alpine, and are we going to get any hot drops? Because it's the last game of the day. I want to see some explosions.
I want chaos. Let's go as we hop on into the final flight path for day number 8. We've got one more day of play before we wrap up the first half of the knockout stage. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got a break coming up next week before we continue with the second half of the knockout stages in this crazy 6-week knockout stage marathon. So for teams that are not doing too well right now, perhaps they may find the recovery after a good 1-week break and reflection. But speaking of reflections, Toda has reflected on what has happened earlier, and they want a rematch potentially up against Vamos after looting up Ocean View.
Interesting decision. I mean, if this is what they feel comfortable with, trying to go after against a fellow Malaysian team, then sure, you know, do whatever it takes to try and get those points in. So aside from that, though, we could maybe see some AG Global action here with Expand, because they are within the same vicinity here, AG.
Absolutely. AG Global up against Expand, and the early skirmish does not kick off just yet. AG's just trying to spot out the positions of each and every single one of those players first.
Oh boy, AG, they're about to run into Expand, and we are going to be seeing some of those bullets fly. Oh boy, thankfully for Stop, he was able to survive and move over to the separate compound, trying to loot, trying to find something that makes him threatening in this fight.
This is a sticky situation for the squad. AG Global. They have Hua Esports drop by and say hello again. Oh man, this is like what, the 6th time? And Hua from afar just taking stop out of the equation. This is nasty. Hua has got an eye for AG Global. And I just hate it because both of those logos look so similar on those tiny little black dots.
Look, for all you know, they're targeting them because they say your logo looks too similar to ours. We have to get rid of you for copyright claim or something. Don't know. But look, if it's been working out for Hawaii Esports, I'd say keep going. It just, it's not so great for us because we have to kind of squint to see who's fighting who. Now, the thing is, Do is all alone here. Now, Do is there, Caramel's there. I think at this point, Do, you've got to create space. Let Caramel get away. Just waste their time. Buy time for Expand. He does go down. And I think that's been enough space for Caramel to get out of there, although I'm scared he's about to run into someone else.
From prey to predator, Expand just turned that situation around, but can they do that to High Esports as well? In fact, High Esports should be the softer of the two teams to take on. But if you pull in their first week of performance, perhaps Expand may be biting off too much here that they can choose. Yanbin on standby with the Trogon. Oh, he backstabbed and Yanbin. Easy, baby, as he takes a double with a Trogon.
Oh, Expand. They're being slowly picked apart. We still have the Axel and M-Kid here. Oh, Poppy, though, trying to go for M-Kid, who's behind the wall. Their glue wall does get thrown up into the air. M-Kid trying to buy time, basically, for the rest of his team so that they could try and go for the revive while they're Yanbin. They do manage to secure the elimination. So 4 eliminations right off the bat here for Hua Esports. Not too shabby of a start, but Expand. Oh, the Axel. This man. This is not a good time.
It is. It is what it is. RRQ, on the other hand, finds a ton of dead weight out there, and they help GOW to remove it.
Oh, all done.
And,
oh, no! They found him anyway! Oh, man.
I think Expand was just crying over the Toda Booyah, so they gotta get over that one. Unfortunate, the boys distracted, shut down too early from prey to predators, and then back to prey once again. The Malaysian squad just can't catch a break.
Yeah, it's the dangers of some of those early skirmishes. Like, you think everything is just between you and one team, and then all of a sudden you have another team kind of just coming in, third-partying and really ruining things for you. So, very unfortunate situation here for Expand, as we are going to be switching over to Todak, playing on the very edge of the circle. They're not playing within it, but I think they're just trying to play safe, right? Like, after that great last round, you don't want to sort of throw things away and be one of the first teams to be picked off.
Nah. Every single time I decided to throw something away, I happened to need it the very next day. And I would have been keeping the thing for like 4 or 5 years, and it would be doing nothing except just picking up dust in my drawer. Yeah, such is life.
If only life was about tools. Such a simple life, AJ. I envy you.
Yes. Attack all. I'm all about the simple life. Come on, again? Why Esports continuously fighting AG Global out in the open? But Yanbin will play the high price. Shin has got nowhere to run, and the rest of AG Global gets to shut down 2 players from the side of. Wow! What a beautiful turnaround by Cypher, helping out Why Esports by taking himself out of the equation, and the pickup onto Yanbin is there. Hua on the recovery.
And AG, they do get the revives off. They do have their players flying in. But Hua, the fact that they are so dedicated to just chasing AG. I wonder if AG was supposed to have a better play day if it wasn't for Hua just constantly being on their tail.
I mean, the last time it was Bigatron Delta going up against Falcons.
Yes,
yeah, now it's Hua Esports going up against AG Global. And AG Global sick and tired of it. They say, hasta la vista, baby. They'll catch you later. They back away to its vantage. Good for them, Caramel. And that just delivers a solid M82B shot to him. Caramel's not going to be recovering from that anytime soon. That's down already. RRQ. And it looks like they have run out of gas as attack all around catches up with them, forcing them to scramble out there in the open.
Look, Attack All Round have been on point today. This team is deadly. Whoever they run into, they have been doing a really great job with their skirmishes, with their thought process when they're trying to put those glue walls. Just, I'm so impressed with how Attack All Round has done today. And RRQ, I feel like after that second game, this team's just fallen off of a cliff. And I don't know what's happened to them. Like, they're playing the same that they usually do, but they're just losing these battles outright. Like, is this just a mechanical thing today?
I sure hope not. Buriram circling Vamos in, and the Malaysian squad is about to be in for a treat. If they can overwhelm Buriram right here, right now, perhaps that's the kind of motivational boost they need. But they will need a little bit of a miracle to take on the two-time world champs.
Okay, hang on a minute. We have seen Buriram go down in some of the strangest ways possible. I feel like Vamos could be someone that catches them off guard. It really just comes down to, hey, you don't laugh. It is Independence Day. Vamos is about to earn their independence.
Be independent.
No.
Yeah. They're going to earn their independence from this lobby by exiting. I love you, Vamos. I love you. Buriram still, I mean, okay, this stakeout is taking a little bit too long. I'm starting to get a little hungry.
It's okay. I think
the stakeout is about to be a takeout.
We're all getting a little peckish here. Gosh.
Yes.
The dedication for Buriram, they're just like, we're just going to stick around. But we have the portal go if we need to use it. Okay, they just leave. They're gone.
Yeah.
Vamos just stuck
They're
around. They're like, okay, great.
Now they get to gatekeep Vamos. Great. This is just fantastic, isn't it, for Vamos?
Yes, it's a wonderful game. I don't know how this team is going to be able to bypass Buriram because this is Buriram of
Did they
all
trick
teams.
them? No, Buriram's being so sneaky right now. They left, but they're just hanging around, still tanking the blue, waiting. But then Jonah just needs to give away the play by just running across the open area there. Yeah. But Vamos says hasta la vista. We're backing away as well. Deeper into the blue they go.
Okay, interesting decision. And actually, what is this Malaysia versus Malaysia action? Todak is here as well. So it's not going to be Buriram. It's Todak versus Vamos.
Oh, yeah.
What is this regional cannibalization?
Yeah, I mean, if you can't get the other regions, might as well get each other, they say. Trapped behind a good solid glue wall, backed up as well. The bait and switch is decent as Traps gets to heal himself right back up, but Wings clips McRory from afar. Beautiful stuff as he eliminates him from the equation. Todak now one man up, and Vamos needs to find a way to get out of the sticky situation. Kathizi brings his player right back. Insurance has been purchased. Even if Vamos goes down, the team does not get eliminated just yet.
Not yet, but this is going to be a really tough game for the team, unfortunately, because they're basically back to square one, right? You have to reset the team, which means you're going to be behind on loot. You're probably not going to be in the best position for these next circles. I do not envy the position that this team is in. I mean, of course, they're grateful that they're still within the competition, but yeah, this feels almost as bad as being knocked out sometimes.
Out of the pan into the fire kind of situation for Vamos. They try to get away from Buriram. They didn't meet a bigger threat out there, but they met a threat either way. Todak taking good advantage of that situation. Just 4 eliminations. One got revived, so they did manage to pick up 4 decent points. Hua Esports as aggressive as ever, catching out attack all around. And the spoon girl gets shot out of the air. Answer is no, but Limit is watching the situation. And Hua says, I am not going to deal with you. Back to the portal, go they go.
Okay, interesting decision for Hua. I mean, no one's getting picked off needlessly. So it's going to be okay. Although Vamos, though, we just saw Buriram get 1 snipe on one of the players. Not so good situation here for Vamos.
4 eliminations strong for the Indonesian squad, who is looking to remain in the #1 spot for the overall day's dominance here for day 8 of the knockout stage.
Oh my gosh.
And Vamos could just be the ones that disturbs that particular process. But McRory, vending machine out in the open, that's the bait, bro. You shouldn't fall for it. But he clearly fell for it.
Dude, he's going to use the vending
my
machine.
God.
McRory. Oh. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
McRory!
Don't do it.
That is... you just gotta love that. Just gotta love some good vending machine hideout spot.
I cannot imagine how fast his heart must have been beating in that moment, saying, don't move, don't spot me. But very, very lucky there. Indo Styles, though, going to be running into a bit of an issue here because they are going to be fighting up against Attack All-Rounder. Raf has been caught on the sideboard. Not going to be too happy about that one. Oh boy, so already down a player, Indo Stars, stuck in a really awkward position because if they go one way, there's God of Wolf. If they go another, there's RRQ, and there's also Attack All Round.
So just gonna let RRQ do a majority of the work first as Vamos exits in 11th, and it's PE Sports that puts them out of their misery. And of course, that opens up the game for the rest of the Malaysian teams if they can reach that final circle for the Booyah. Speaking of a Malaysian squad, it's Toda up against Buriram. And this is that rematch. Let's see if or not they can overwhelm Jonah and get high. The two players right on our screen. Wasana a little bit too far away, but he's in the perfect spot for that backup circle. Leaves Moshi high and dry, forces him to reposition. This is an advantage to the Malaysian squad. But Jonah finds Trap, puts a bullet through his head. The Mag 7 just a little bit too bitter to deal with. Get high with a Bison. 7 right behind him. Backstab now, and Get High still survives that onslaught.
I had some high hopes here for Todak, but the fact that Buriram is simply existing within that same space, this hurts so much for Todak. 10th place, not too much when it comes to eliminations to their name. This is just super unlucky, AJ. Super unlucky.
Classic Malaysian squad, Booyah, and then early exit. I have to say, they are pretty consistent with that. Fingers crossed they break out of that consistency. Falcons, on the other hand, I mean, looking for the shutdown onto GOW, but GOW says not here, not now, not ever. Cosq, Survivor, Demon says not for long, bro. Down he goes as well. Falcons just wiping the floor here with their faces, courtesy of GOW and their aggression. But Endostars wants to take over their limelight here. Falcons will have an opportunity, but one more does not get out of all of that chaos. Raz will find the rest of the GOW players to continue the onslaught. And Vietnam from smiling to frowning.
Oh boy. God of Wolf. They've lost Dian. They still have one player stuck at that vending machine over there. But yeah, God of Wolf just not the ideal position, not the ideal place. But look at this though. RRQ fighting up against AG. Just a little bit of a skirmish, and then both teams saying, okay, we're going to go for a trade, and then we're going to have a bit of a truce. But Buriram though on the low ground really just putting some pressure onto RRQ as well. They thought they could use the vending machine for free, but that simply wasn't the case. And now look at this. Hua, ideal position for this late game.
Wow, Vietnam is looking a little snazzy here on this map. Hua Esports 8 elimination. It's AG again! And it's Hua Esports doing the damage from afar! AG Global just can't catch a break. Hua Esports is so lethal. It is gonna be Cypher, and he doesn't get to crawl away. Death brings it hot. 10 elimination strong. Hua Esports gonna be a little bit nervous now as attack all around. Attacks them from the back. Poongod shows up. Death backs away. He doesn't have the kind of gun to deal with him just yet, but Poppy does.
Well, Poppy does for now, but look at this though. Attack all round, gonna try and advance onto Hua Esports within the compound. And look at this though, Jump God going within the compound as well. Shin is there to provide support. Now attack all round, they have a couple players stuck outside in those glue walls. They don't have the connections though, so maybe they can turn it onto Hua instead.
Yeah, great play coming through from Hua Esports, trapping Poongod in there with them, and the glue walls are going to be erected from the opposite side as well. Poongod goes down, Hua Esports still standing strong, and now this is a numbers advantage up against attack all around. Hua Esports playing this to perfection. Poppy on the opposite side, and it's going to be the time turner pulled out by the 3 players just for the extra defense. Poppy just playing the distraction with the Trogon. It's a triple Trogon setup here. Hua Esports waiting for the time, and the blue catches up with them, putting them at risk as well.
Oh boy, they're inside the blue zone, but now it's going to have to be their glue walls. I think they're running out of resources. Hua really fighting hard up against attack all round, but they are losing players. They're losing resources. It's down to 2. Indostars in the meantime also going to be going down. Attack all round as well, also eliminated. Down to our 5 last teams. Buriram still sitting on a full roster with 12 eliminations, now looking to clean up the competition.
I mean, one after the other, they all fall like dominoes. AG Global as well as Hua Esports both taken out, and Buriram just sitting nice and pretty down in the center. We're taking great advantage against all of the other teams who were caught in that scuffle. RRQ with the final survivor, not for long. Out they go. PE Esports with a mad advantage, but it's up against your 2-time world champ. Buriram, Wasana being overwhelmed by the Tatsuya saves his life. What a glue wall by Wasana, and the bait and switch is there. Jonah backs him up. Get High holding the back lines, and PE Esports with the pressure.
There's the glue wall melters. PE Esports, they're ready to really run down Buriram, and they're running out of cover. Get High is down. They've also, they've lost Wasana too.
Wow.
I think that's it. PE Esports, they get the final booyah for today.
2 booyahs from PE Esports, the day of recovery. And I called it, baby, breaking into the top 12, but I thought they could not maintain. With one final opportunity, they nailed a booyah as well. The week of recovery for PE, too good to watch.
Vietnam rejoicing as PE Esports might finally be back after EWC. This team looking a little bit cold coming into the competition, and maybe people sort of looking at them and saying, what happened? And they said, we were just a bit cold. We needed a warm-up, you know, and we're actually back now. And I'm so glad to see PE Sports because they are such a fun team to watch as well once they do get moving. It's just, can they get moving to begin with? And I think this is a team that's not peaking early, right? They didn't peak early. They took a little bit of time to sort of adjust to the groups, to figure out how they were going to be able to approach all of these different teams. And I think they're finally getting into the groove of things, which is what I really love about this team. They are very adaptable if you give them the time to learn.
Yeah, PE Sports has always been the team on the go, right? And they really like to move out there on the battlefield, mainly because their favorite theme song is I Like to Move It.
I did not know that, but thank you for the trivia. I'll keep that in mind for future reference.
You're welcome. It's the kind of information you don't really want in your brain, but it's fun when it's there.
Well, it's the kind of information that you just sort of whip out and be like, I know this stuff, and it's just there, you know. It's what I think about sometimes.
Whether it's the truth or not is besides the point, huh?
Absolutely. But what a way to end our last game today, where we had so many anomalies just pop up and happen when we didn't originally think they were going to happen. Malaysia's first booyah. The fact that we are seeing PE Sports coming back as well. Attack All Round, I also want to mention them. Attack All Round are really here to play. Another team that I really think is, up until this point, has not really been looked at and has been underrated. I actually think this is a team that could even win the entire competition.
I mean, Attack All Around are close to hitting that 100 points. Unfortunately, they don't get any more games, but it's a solid run coming through from AAA. And, you know, we've kind of seen them struggle a little bit at the start of the competition. They were the only team that did not catch up with the rest of the Thai dominance up top on the leaderboard. But they're back in that flow state, and they are absolutely wrecking the competition out. A decent number of eliminations as well. But I really have to say respect to PE Sports, because the day of recovery has been pretty massive for them. 82 points picked up. That's pretty crazy for PE after they've been lingering down in the bottom 6.
And that is now going to be their benchmark moving forward to say, okay, 80 is the minimum that we should be scoring every week. We're going to be scoring more than 80. Oh, that's the dream anyway for the PE Sports fans. We'll leave it up to PE Sports to be the ones to execute. But I'm really glad to see them come back and meet their stride, because it was quite shocking to see them in the competition just existing and not really being a threat. So I'd love to hear what PE Sports have to say, because it looks like Yunsul is ready. Let's hear what our winners have to say for securing our final booyah.
And that is the second booyah for PE Sports. Congratulations, PE Sports Hoàng Anh. Chúc mừng Hoàng Anh, các bạn đã rất xuất sắc trong việc giành lấy booyah ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng, một quả booyah quyết định ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng các bạn, đúng không ạ? Thì đầu tiên là Hoàng Anh có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả trước được không ạ?
Đầu tiên thì mình chào mọi người gì đã luôn xem và ủng hộ mình khi lúc tụi mình gặp khó khăn. Cảm ơn mọi người rất nhiều.
Một màn mở đầu khá là cảm xúc. So, thank you so much for always supporting us and watch us and walk through thick and thin with us all the time when we are ups and down. So, moving on to our first questions. How did you guys having that confidence back so fast after 2 weeks not that successful? Thì cho Yusu hỏi một chút là làm sao mà đội tuyển của chúng ta có thể lấy được phong độ cực kỳ là chuẩn chỉnh như thế này sau 2 tuần thi đấu không mấy là khả quan ạ?
Sau thì rất nhiều thất bại ở 2 tuần đầu thì bọn mình rút ra rất là nhiều kinh nghiệm mà. Nên bọn mình phải thay đổi cách vận hành lối bắn, cách vận hành team, rất nhiều thứ khác.
So after 2 weeks that is not kind of went smooth for us, we have decided to change our gameplay, and we trying to withdraw every experience that we gain, even though it's bad or it's good, during our last 2 weeks. And now we are here. It's a really good road that I've been through with PE Sports. They did a very good job. So I'm really happy to see them here with the second booyah. So moving on to our second questions. So do you think that you will still continue this lineup with Bắn? Thì Hoàng Anh ơi, thì Yusu có thắc mắc là không biết là mọi người vẫn sẽ tiếp tục đội hình này với Bảnh ở trong là đội hình chính của chúng ta ở tuần thi đấu lượt về không ạ?
Em nghĩ khả năng đó nó khá là cao ạ.
Khả năng khá là cao. It's a pretty high chance that we will keep Bảnh into our main lineup in the next upcoming week. So I think it's going to be a really good chance. So into our last question, since it's kind of the end of the match, and I think you're really tired. So I think I heard that there will be a next update during the next week of the tournament. Do you have any plans to keep up with this meta and try to win smooth with it? Thì Yusu sẽ kết thúc câu hỏi này khá là ngắn gọn bởi vì chúng ta cũng đã mệt rồi ấy. Thì Yusu nghe nói sắp tới chúng ta sẽ có một cái bản cập nhật mới lộ B46. Thì Hoàng Anh và đồng đội của mình đã có những dự định nào để gọi là bắt kịp với cái meta cũng như là hoàn thiện bản thân mình hơn chưa ở trong lượt về đấy chưa ạ?
Bọn mình này cũng đang có chuẩn bị cho OB mới cho một cho lượt về đổi mới, nên là bọn mình sẽ cố gắng thật nhiều và trở lại thật mạnh mẽ cho các bạn xem.
Và Hoàng Anh có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là đại gia đình của PE Esports không ạ?
Em thay mặt PE cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã luôn theo dõi, ủng hộ, không từ bỏ bọn em lúc bọn em xa cơ ạ.
Bọn em
cảm ơn rất là nhiều.
Really cute. So into the previous question, I just asked them about the update. It's OB46. They said they have planned some tactics to follow this meta, and they are trying to make some new gameplay to get used to it faster. And I think it's a really good thing about them that they're trying to catch up with the new meta like faster so they can prepare the game better. But for the words Hoàng Anh wants to send to the viewer, but also to the PE Sport family, thank you for always supporting us, been through with us when we are ups and downs. We really appreciate it. And then in the next week of the tournament, we will try our best to bring you guys more booyah. Vậy đến đây cũng là kết thúc phần phỏng vấn của mình về PE Sport Hoàng Anh rồi. Các bạn đã có một ngày thi đấu rất là vất vả nhưng cũng rất là hoàn hảo đúng không ạ? Yeah. Nhưng xin chúc các bạn một lượt về chúng ta sẽ có một cái tuần thi đấu thật là hoàn mỹ hơn và sẽ hoàn hảo hơn nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. It's the end of the match now. Then, good night and see you guys tomorrow.
Bye, Yunso.
Hi. You got the dogger! Yes. Love it.
I got the dog.
There we go. So, I'm going to introduce the doggo to the stream.
It's Zeus. It's the leader of all gods, and he's my dog.
Needed a cuddle. Welcome, Zeus, to the broadcast. It's good to have you. Hopefully, we have more of him for broadcast. But I was just going to really say, for PE Sports, you know, they're always talking about the next booyah. Luckily for them, they've got 2 weeks to figure out how they're going to get their next set of booyahs. And trusting how this team is when they try and do all of this research, you can really tell that there's going to be a big level of improvement. I expect this level of improvement for this team 2 weeks from now.
Absolutely right. And don't cry picking up a solid MVP title for himself. He's not going to be crying this week as PE Sports finds their week of recovery, one of their best days of play. In fact, the best day of play from them. And this is the kind of gameplay day that we want to see out of this team after whatever they've shown us in the past. But, you know, that being said, no expectations whatsoever. I don't want to put too much of pressure on Nero.
The team did great this week. I am happy for them and I want to see more. I want to see more PE Sports and I want to see them play better than they did today. I think this is just step 1 of this team making that comeback and being the dream for the Vietnamese region. I mean, for all we know, we could be looking at our champions for the season.
Okay, all right. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You doubt me.
No, I don't doubt you.
I think you're doubting the team. You're doubting the team.
I don't doubt you. I just doubt whether or not PE Sports is going to make it this season. I'm very sure they're stepping it up season after season, but maybe you may just be right, because I'm just thinking that if the grand finals was in Vietnam, there's a huge probability, but it's going to be in Indonesia. It's going to be some sort of crazy Indonesian energy in that arena when we get into the grand finals, and even the Thais are going to feel the pressure, let alone the Vietnamese squads.
Oh, keep calm, as they say. Keep calm and keep shooting. Because I think even though there's technically not going to be, some people might call it the Indonesian home buff, I don't think that's going to be enough to really phase the Thais and the Vietnamese, because I mean, all the teams, all the big teams competing here, they played at EWC, a environment where it was technically no advantage for anybody because there was no home ground buff, right? It was all a foreign country, everyone was eating all the foreign foods together. So I don't think
there was a home ground buff. It was the Falcons. There was the Falcons nest right there.
Okay. Well, the Falcons, they got very lucky with the geographical location.
You see? Come on.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I get where you're coming from. Right? MVP leaders, Ma'al, still leading. A little salty that he doesn't get extra money for that, because it is for the Predators of every single week. But it's good to see Ma'al, and he has been having quite a bit of fun. Yes, he did get substituted out. Was a little disappointed to not see him in performance, but he is very strong out there with the eliminations. But no one can beat Wasana just yet.
Wasana's a different beast altogether. So if anyone can beat Wasana, I think that's already a statement. That's like the next player to look out for in the entire Free Fire scene. So with fans, it's a really high benchmark for the majority of that competition here. But it's the end of the week here, folks. The end of the play day today. Here's our final score for our game standings for match number 6. And as you can see, at the very top, PE Sports with 22 points. But they tied with Buriram. So Buriram were able to tie the thing. Obviously, no Booyah, so PE Sports got the advantage there, but not as many points as I think PE Sports would have liked to have got. I think obviously the more the merrier, but stuff happens. Hua Esports though, 19 points. They needed these points.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, Attack All Around is going to be super happy because they're the number 1 team in performance for the day. 97 points picked up. A single Booyah. PE Sports outshining every other team with the double Booyah that they retrieved. Buriram as usual in a day of performance, and they do not seem to find a slow day for themselves at all in terms of maintaining that consistency.
I mean, we got Todak in 6th place. I don't think anyone expected this to happen at all. So, surprising day. RRQ and AG, I kind of feel like these teams, they could have gotten more points today. It was just AG, they got hunted down by Hua Esports. RRQ, I can't put my finger on what really happened to them. It was kind of like they ran out of energy after that second game. Just this team wasn't really existent after that. And I kind of wonder like what happened. Was it mentality kind of thing? I know they actually swapped out Mal for a couple of those last games. So I kind of question like what was the thought process for that? Like maybe Mal was feeling unwell? Like we kind of don't know what's happening there.
Maybe, right? But let's take a look at the overall standings here as well. And fingers crossed, Ma'al does show up once again strong for RRQ. When we come back from our 1-week break, Buriram up top, 600 points strong. The very first team to manage to break through the 600, 119 points ahead of RRQ. That's like a solid day of super performance without Buriram picking up points, which you know is going to be impossible.
I don't know if you noticed as well, I was looking at the scoreboard. Buriram has 100 more eliminations than RRQ. 100 more eliminations, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, because, you know, they are a very, very strong team when it comes to the engagements. But what's a little bit more impressive as well is the consistency when it comes to the placement points, right? They have not lost a single, beat at all. Yes, you do see them take those dips with the early exits, but it's only because they're so cheeky.
Yeah.
Too cheeky, I tell you. But it's
too cheeky.
I love it. Makes me laugh
you need a Hua equivalent for them. just to cut them down a notch. You need that one team that's constantly on their tail and cut down the cheekiness.
Yeah.
But who is it though? Because we already know Bigatron.
Yeah.
Bigatron is going after Falcons. Spar's going after AG. So who's supposed to be the Buriram equivalent?
Well, it's open for the taking. Come on, bring it on. I want to see
it could
whoever.
Be a tackle round.
It could. I don't know if it's going to be attack all around. Usually the Thai teams don't really prey on each other. They're very smart at avoiding each other in the early games. In the final circle, you just can't avoid those traditional rotation rounds. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings us to the wrap-up for day 8. It's not the final day just yet. It's a Saturday. We've got one more day tomorrow before we take a week-long break and come back with week 4. So we'll see you guys here tomorrow, same time, same place. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Dan and Lee. Goodbye and good night.